kama phezulu lapho kukhanya khona amandla lakhona ungesabi lutho phakama wena phakama hamba ngokukhanya moya uyakubiza lalela izwi lalo indlela ivulekile ukawedwa phakama wena phakama hamba ngokukhanya phakama lapho kukhanya khona phakama hamba ungesabi Musa. Uzokulinda noma isikhathi sidlula, inhliziyo ayishintshi iyakhuluma ngawe. Izokulinda, izokulinda wena, izokulinda kuze kufike wena. Inhliziyo yakhala iphakathi kwamafu, kodwa ngazi kahle uzobuya kimi. Zokulinda ya, zokulinda wena, zokulinda kuze kufike wena. Izokulinda noma isikhathi sidlula, inhliziyo ayishintshi iyakhuluma ngawe. Zokulinda ya, zokulinda wena, zokulinda ya kuze kufike wena, kuze kufike wena. Izokulinda noma isikhathi sidlula, inhliziyo ayishintshi iyakhuluma ngawe. Uzobuya kimi. Phezulu lapho kukhanya khona amandla khona, ungesabi lutho. Phakama wena, phakama, hamba ngokukhanya. Swilalo indlela vilekile awukho wedwa. Phakama wena, phakama, hamba ngokukhanya. Phakama lapho kukhanya khona. Lapo kukanya kona amandla akhona ungesabi lutho phezulu lapho kukhanya khona amandla lakhona ungesabi lutho phakama wena phakama hamba ngokukhanya umoya uyakubiza lalela izwi lalo indlela ivulekile kabisa.
Shall we all rise? You may be seated. Thank you. Thank you, media. His Excellency, Dr. Thabo Mbeki, Chancellor of the University of South Africa and former President of the Republic of South Africa, Ambassador Said Shaibu Musa, in absentia, the Deputy Permanent Secretary for Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, who will be joining us later, Captain Hamad, in absentia, Principal Secretary, Ministry of Blue Economy and Fisheries, Zanzibar, Elder Joseph Boutiku, the Chairperson of Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, Professor Eunice Sikwe, Vice Principal, Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement and Student Support, University of South Africa, Dr. Matsidiso Molapo, Vice Principal, Strategy, Risk and Advisory Services, UNISA, Mr. Max Bokwana, the CEO of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, and members of the board of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation present here, Professor Senias Namu, Dr. Lucy Shule, Dr. Arthur Tuda, Professor Godwell Namu, Dr. Nariman Jidawi, Professor Anthony van Niekerk, Professor Mello, who are on the program this morning, members of the University Executive and Extended Management present here, our partners from the Julius Nyerere Foundation, as well as representatives from national, provincial, local government, legal representative, business community, civil society, research institutes, and institutions of higher learning. Open University is here, Dar es Salaam is here, various organizations, foundations, the program Young African Leaders, members of the Young African Leaders Initiative, YALI, who are here as well, media houses, and members of the university community, staff and students, including our alumni, UNISA alumni here in Tanzania, our esteemed guests present here today, those who are joining us also virtually, distinguished members of the audience, ladies and gentlemen, Karibu Tanzania, Karibu. Thank you. My name is Edith Paswana. I'm the Executive Dean of the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs at the University of South Africa. It is an honor and privilege for me to be your program director this morning. And we are here as a large delegation from South Africa under the banner of the long partnership between the University of South Africa and the Thabo Mbeki Foundation that resulted in the formation of this school at the University of South Africa. Our main purpose of being here is to celebrate our achievements as Africans, and also the independence of Africa in the formation or in the form of the Africa Day. And today, this week, we are going to celebrate the 15th Thabo Mbeki Africa Day lecture under the theme, The State of the Continent, Reigniting the African Renaissance here in Tanzania. And we know that South Africa shares long historical ties with Tanzania. If I have to speak about the affinity South Africans have for Tanzania, this roundtable might not even take place because the stories are many from our liberation heroes. We know the place of Tanzania in South Africa's freedom. And Tanzania's role in fostering African liberation movements cannot be underestimated. In particular, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, the former president, was a key figure in the struggle against foreign domination and helped popularize the concept of Pan-African unity. So Tanzania became the home for the African National Congress and the Pan-African Congress of South Africa. In 2004, we will also remember that the SADC, the Southern African Development Community, agreed on a project named after the last executive secretary of the OAU, African Liberation Committee, Lieutenant General Hashim Bita, to research the history of liberation movements in the frontline states, plus extension countries, and also publish those results. So the generous funding was provided by SADC states such as Angola and South Africa, and the workshop was launched in 2005, and the aim was to present African perspectives published in Africa by Africans for Africans. And Lieutenant General Mbita said that we have agreed that indigenous African scholars and researchers from each country should do the research, thereby asserting the ownership, independency, and integrity of the initiative. And again, to continue the revolutionary agenda, the South African Democracy Education Trust commissioned also Tanzanian scholars, Elias Tarimo, Neville Ruben, Yusuf Lawi, to conduct research and contribute chapters to its multi-volume series entitled The Road to Democracy in South Africa, which is one of the research projects that the school hosts. So as South Africans, we are very appreciative of this contemporary moment of an independent Africa, which we share with our sister country, Tanzania. The theme of the lecture today is the state of the continent, reigniting the African Renaissance. And this theme acknowledges that currently the continent is experiencing a blend of progress and persistent challenges. And for us to shape the future in the spirit of African Renaissance, we have to pause, reflect, and assess the strides we have made economically, socially, and politically. And we need to come together as scholars, as researchers, as students, as practitioners in shaping the future of Africa in this changing world order. And the pilgrimage to Tanzania is very significant, as it will emulate the long historical connections of our anti-colonial liberation movements that have demonstrated the power of unity and cooperation. And very recently, in 2003, we saw President Samia Suluhu Hassan visited South Africa for bilateral trade talks, and this evoked those deep ties that led to the freedom we all enjoy today. And we are here not just for today, but we are here on a long week series of events. Today, we will start with this roundtable here at the Johari Hotel, and then tomorrow we have an academic engagement with students and staff at Nkrumah Hall at the University of Dar es Salaam. And we also have a day trip to Morogoro. And I think the last time I was here was when I was adjudicating the SOMAFCO students from South Africa doing a trip here. And also the high-level roundtable on Friday on G20. As we know, South Africa will be hosting the G20 this year. And this will culminate in a celebration on Saturday, Africa Day celebration at the Julius Nyerere International Convention Center, where you are all invited to come and invite people in your communities and to come and celebrate this important day with us here in Tanzania. We are inviting all dignitaries, academics, business people, and the public, including young people, so that they can learn about this series. And today's seminar is organized under the theme, Harnessing the Blue Economy and Tourism for Africa's Renaissance. We know that Africa's seas and oceans are more than geographic boundaries, but a living archives of our history and a catalyst for sustainability and livelihoods. And we know that marine and maritime studies have been identified as one of the catalytic niche areas of study and research at UNISA, underscoring our commitment to bring scholarship that bridges knowledges and transformative imperatives of our societies. So it is our concerted effort to ensure that we reignite the renewal of Africa. Our maritime legacy will be at the center of it. And the blue economy is at the heart of our sustainable development, as this continent is surrounded by the sea, Indian, Atlantic, and Southern Oceans, and the Mediterranean and the Red Seas. And to frame this discussion as well, we will have our vice principal, teaching, learning, community engagement, and student support from UNISA to do opening remarks and also talk about a little bit about the roundtable that we are hosting today. I would like to welcome Professor Eunice Sikwe as she comes to the stage. A warm round of applause for her as she comes over.
Program Director, I want to thank you for this opportunity of me welcoming in this event. Although you have done most of the work, I think mine will have to be very brief. I want to start firstly by greeting and acknowledging the very important visitors in this event. His Excellency, Dr. Thabo Mbeki, the Chancellor of the University of South Africa and the former President of the Republic of South Africa. We are welcome, Tata. The Ambassador Said Shabu Musa, Deputy Permanent Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation. The chairman of the board is also with us here of Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, Mr. Joseph Boutiku, and his fellow members of the foundation are also welcome. Dr. Ashatu Kijaji, the Minister of Livestock and Fisheries, United Republic of Tanzania, is also welcome. Dr. Matsiriso Molapo, my colleague, Vice Principal, Strategy, Risk and Advisory Services from UNISA. Mr. Max Botswana, the CEO of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, and the fellow colleagues from the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Prof. Senior Namu from the Department of Economics at UNISA, Dr. Lucy Shul, Director of Studies at Tanzania National Defense College, the author Tuda, Executive Director, Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Association. Prof. Godwell Namu, the Institute of Corporate Leadership at UNISA. Dr. Narim Jidawi from the Marine Institute. Members of the executive and extended management present here today, you are welcome. Our moderator, Prof. Anthony van Niekerk, who will also be a guest speaker from the Thabo Mbeki Africa School of the Republic and International Affairs. The representatives from provincial and local legal representatives, businesses, civil society, research institute, something is of learning, various organizations, foundations who have honored our invitation for today and who are here. Representative of the various media houses present here today, members of the university community, staff and students, including our alumni here in Tanzania, our esteemed guests present here today, and those that are joining us virtually, distinguished members of the audience, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. This roundtable, I think, Director indicated many is of the TM Foundation, the UNISA, and Julia Foundation. Partners will be hosting, I'm not sure of this mic, partners will be hosting Thabo Mbeki, the Africa Day lecture in Salaam. The theme of 2025 has been repeated severally. It's about the state of the continent, reigniting the African Renaissance. Today, this roundtable is focusing on harnessing the blue economy. This is the focus, and tourism of Africa's Renaissance. And why is the blue economy so important? Why are we focusing on it? It is because Africa is surrounded by Indian Ocean, we all know, Atlantic Ocean, the Southern Oceans, Mediterranean, and the Red Sea. And these waters are a vital source of economic prosperity for the continent. And these oceans and seas are sites of contestation. Instead of them benefiting Africa, increasing our economy, they became a size of contestation and commercialization and are subject to exploitation. So today we believe that in this discussion that we are coming to hold here today, we need to be finding ourselves coming up with strategy on how do we make sure that these oceans and seas are focused on improving our economy instead of being exploited and used to fight or for us to fight each other. And Africa, we all know that it suffers from weak strategies for identifying, promoting, and protecting the economic trade and environmental security interests. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this roundtable will assist us, and it will answer some of the questions and give us these strategies to say, how do we protect the blue economy and how do we utilize it to increase Africa's economy? Because when coming to the economy, all of us in Africa in different types, whether we are on the north, on the south, we are battling with the economy, in needing to increase the economy. So we believe that this day, we will come out with some strategies where after the discussions, we can be able to influence the highest bodies to say, this is the direction we think should be taken to save or to increase the economy. I want to say in the few words, I thank you so much, and I welcome you for being here. And we are in Tanzania now, but I will still say in my language, Xhosa language, I would say kululani ibhaki. In other words, in Xhosa, if we say you must take off your jacket, we say you are welcome, relax, and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sigu. At this point in time, we have to call our partners, the chairperson of the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, Elder Joseph Boutiku, to make us feel at home and be able to give a words of welcome from the foundation and on behalf of Tanzania.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Edith, first for helping me on the stage, because I'm Mzee. Mzee means an elder, so sometimes on these stages, you might lose your step. So thank you very much for helping me to come up here. Your Excellency, President Mbeki, I address you as President because I always believe once president, always president. It never ends. Professor Edith and all the colleagues who are here, invited guests, I'm just here to, on behalf of the board of the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, to thank President Mbeki and his foundation and the team which organized this meeting for inviting the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, for which I'm representing here, to co-host this meeting. It is a very important meeting, and we recognize that honor. It is honoring Mwalimu. It is honoring the foundation which he established. It is honoring Tanzania. So, Mr. President, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You have all heard what has been said here, so I'll just go through a few things just for emphasis, just to repeat it for emphasis. But maybe some of you have read the concept notes, so you know what it is all about. The theme of this process is the state of the continent reigniting the African Renaissance. There was a time when I visited South Africa with Mwalimu, and we visited President Mbeki. At that time, I think he was vice president in his office. It is at that time when, after the discussions with Mwalimu, he said to Mwalimu, Mwalimu, I have a task for you to help me. It is the African Renaissance. And Mwalimu briefly says, because he was leaving, I am ready when you are ready. So I'm grateful that you have remembered to continue with this promise, with this work. I remember this African Renaissance. It was translated itself in a lot of things, and that's why we are here today. This round table will, according to the concept note, examine the value of the economy of the Southern African region. Examine the value. When you talk of the blue economy, we have all these waters, oceans, lakes, rivers, or even rainwater, which every day God gives us and we don't use it. So it's all water. So how are we going to use it in Africa in order to strengthen our own economy? let me remind you, here in Tanzania, we have been saying this for phase 1 of Africa's renaissance. Mwalimu taught us to remember that we had been exploited for a long time in Africa. We have been neglected for a long time in Africa. And we have been oppressed for a long time in Africa. The first time I could dare say the Renaissance is when in 1963, in May, the day we are going to celebrate with the presence of President Mbeki, the OAU was born. And today we have the AU. The OAU did help Africa to acquire its political independence. We know it is not full independence yet. This phase is intended, and this process is intended to help Africa to acquire its economic independence and the full freedom that goes with that independence. Political independence is not complete and is not meaningful until it is supported at its foundation by the economic independence and the freedom that goes with that independence. We must be grateful to President Mbeki that he has chosen to speak on Africa's Day to remind us a little bit where we came from, where we are, and to look at the challenges that we are all facing. And if you look at the program, you will see we are starting with this blue economy. The resources we have, the waters we have. But then we're also going he's going to be talking to the youth. That's the human resource, our youth. To what extent their energies, their education, their capacities relate to this economic independence. We know the challenges of our youth. Unemployed, and there are many. There are very many. In Tanzania, we have them in our families, and I think in South Africa, you have them in your families also. President Thabo Mbeki is going to walk us through. So, as I say, we had the honor of being invited to co-host, and Mwalimu Nyerere was in the forefront to deal with these issues at the national level, at the grassroots level. And he introduced institutions from the top to the bottom, up to the household, all intended to deal with these problems. At the international level, you know, he was, I think, asked, almost directed by President Mbeki and his colleagues as members of the non-aligned movement to establish a South Commission. And he worked for 2 years with the commissioners, 27 of them, to produce a report, the challenge to the South, the report of the South Commission. In that report, which is our report for the non-aligned countries, for us in South Africa and for the rest of the continent, It is a report. Some of the issues which you're going to be discussing here are in that report. I'm sure in the discussions here, President Mbeki will have an opportunity to tell us a little bit about his experiences in tackling these problems. Having said that, let me say again, once again, Professor, that I'm here to say karibu to President Mbeki. I'm happy to see you. I met you several times. You're not new to me. You are my president and my leader too, and our leader. Karibu sana. Karibu sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Asante sana, Elder Boutiku. I also want to acknowledge Mr. Harris Shuping from the South African High Commission in Tanzania, present with us this morning. Thank you very much for receiving us warmly here. We feel at home as well. According to our program now, we are going to a session where we are going to call the keynote speaker. And our keynote speaker this morning is going to be Professor Anthony van Niekerk, who is the head of Diplomacy and International Affairs at the Thabo Mbeki School and a lead researcher in maritime studies at the school. I'm just going to share with you a little bit of who he is. Anthony van Niekerk holds a doctorate in international relations from Wits University in Johannesburg. Having been research active from the early 1990s, he has pursued an academic career in postgraduate teaching, supervision, and policy analysis from 2000. In 2015, the South African government appointed him to the South African Council on International Relations, and in 2018 to the Presidential High-Level Review Panel into Intelligence. Anthony is a skilled institutional architect and experienced academic manager, facilitator, and program evaluator. He publishes widely on African foreign and security policy, has participated in several scenario exercises, and has broad experience with advising policymakers and practitioners in the South African government, SADC, and the African peer review mechanisms. He coordinated a network of Southern African academics and practitioners, and is a senior research associate at Good Governance Africa, a SMARTS Memorial Trust trustee, and serves as editorial board member of the several accredited journals. Professor Anthony is going to deliver his keynote address now. Can we have a warm round of applause as he ascends to the stage? Colleagues, perhaps those who are aware, Captain Hamad was supposed to be the speaker for the keynote. Due to the visit of the presidential visit of the President of Namibia, he will not be able to do so. And instead, that's why Professor Anthony is taking his place at the moment. However, Captain Hamad, who's the secretary, principal secretary of Ministry of Blue Economy and Fisheries in Zanzibar, was supposed to be taking this podium, but other important work called him on duty with the president. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning to everybody. I'm very happy to be here today with you. You can think of me as Captain Hamad. When we researched the program, I looked him up. And, you know, in this day and age of IT and the internet, the presentation on the Zanzibari perspective on the blue economy and the work that they do is available online. His PowerPoint presentation actually is readily available. And I associate with what he says. I was hoping he would share that with us this morning. But we're aligned in terms of our messages. I think it's of symbolic value for us to start the Africa Day celebrations this week in Dar es Salaam, in this venue, because if you open the door here and you go to the window, you see the harbor, you see the container ships, and you see the ferries that goes to the islands, Zanzibar and others. Beyond that is a vast expanse of the Indian Ocean into the Pacific. And actually, our former colonizers used the oceans to arrive here, to take what belongs to us across the oceans. It's a process that some of our academic colleagues argue continues up until today. And one of the drivers of the research around the value of maritime and marine and the blue economy for Africa is precisely this question which my predecessor, the chair of the foundation, raised when he spoke about President Mbeki. How do we recover what we've lost to others? How do we make the oceans to belong to us? To answer these questions, we've designed a research program, and Program Director, we've brought together experts across different dimensions to speak to these topics, which I won't preempt. But I want to say that instead of doing a keynote, I really don't want to do a keynote. I want to say that as the research community in Southern Africa, and hopefully when resources and partnerships allow continentally, we have to answer some key questions. The African Union has adopted AIMS, the African Integrated Maritime Strategy. SADC, to which we belong, the both of us, also has a strategy around maritime. Is it integrated? Is it implemented? If you go to the AU headquarters and you ask to speak to the officials who implement AIMS, what will they tell you? Is Africa able to integrate the drivers behind maritime and marine in such a way that our people, millions of them, benefit from the blue economy, from tourism, from the work that is being done to harness life in and under the ocean, and to have the instruments in place to secure and protect what belongs to us. So if I put this in summary format, we talk about marine life, life in and under the oceans, and how humans affect life in and under the oceans, and how we use the oceans to our own economic and developmental benefit. That's the maritime. As researchers, we are bold to say that AIMS and SADC and other strategies and policy frameworks do not yet meet our requirements. We have to have a deep rethink. We have to marry marine and maritime. We have to explain to the fisher or the fishing village who is suffering from pollution because a new harbor is being built right next to the community, displacing them, so that the containers can move in faster and our natural resources can move out faster, why it is that we prioritize economic agendas that seemingly is not in our interest. Madam Chair, these are difficult questions. I have the courage to put them on the table, but I also want to ensure you that we do this in quite a structured manner. UNISA has a great depth of research expertise on marine and maritime. You will hear them now in the course of the day. And one of our objectives being with you today is to also explore the possibility of renewed or new partnerships. As South Africans, we can tell you our experience with the waters, Atlantic, Indian, and Southern, and those that are hidden away, the Antarctic, and the possible contestation for control of that part. We have policies and strategies in place. We give them names. Some of them work, others don't. In the discussion, I'm quite hopeful that we will have a dialogue, a conversation, because we can share with you what we know and what we've learned, but we also want to know what is the Tanzanian and the Zanzibar experience with the blue economy. What is working for you, and how can we cooperate even deeper? In fact, let me conclude on a more positive note. We have all signed up to the ACFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. It is a big and bold experiment to promote and prioritize free trade across the continent. Because we face trouble out there, troubled waters, a volatile international situation. In fact, I think there's a new Cold War brewing. My more positive colleagues from political science says we are moving to a new era of multipolarity. It'll balance out. I'm doubtful. We must prepare our scenarios for contestation. Superpowers are interested in us, in our continent, because we have a lot that they need, not only rare minerals. The youth, sir, that you mentioned as a resource, that belongs to us and that we have to look after and enable to play their role. If we can get our house in order, we will be able to say to the Americans, the Chinese, the Russians, the Europeans, the Gulf states, we know our place, we have an identity, deal with us on equal terms. To do those higher order things, we have to start at home. And one of the starting positions is right here today. How do we harness the blue economy to our benefit? To our benefit. And that's where the research community must talk to the policymakers. That dialogue, I think, is quite important. It's one thing we work at the Thabo Mbeki School, is to build the bridge between research and policy. And in the room we have practitioners and academics. Chair, I think this will set the scene for what is going to follow. And I'm very happy with the program as it looks, because we were able to harness our own experts to come and advise us, inform us, educate us, and also challenge us. Thank you for the opportunity.
Asante sana, Professor Anthony. Thank you very much for framing these discussions for us. And now we are transitioning into the first panel discussions. As we know that this roundtable will examine the value of the blue economy for the Southern African region. And we know that several African universities and think tanks undertake research and analysis relating to marine and maritime themes, and many benefits from this collaboration will be sought with peers across Africa during this roundtable. And we also believe that our interaction with our Tanzanian colleagues will contribute to furthering the strategic objectives of African knowledge creation, collaboration, and dissemination. And basically in this roundtable, there are a few questions that we are asking for discussion that will frame the discussion. What is the role of the blue economy in Southern African plans to address poverty and unemployment? Should policymakers consider the blue economy, blue security, blue justice, and blue health in an integrated manner to pursue strategic development objectives? And if so, how? How will they do that? What are the relationship between African free trade and the blue economy? Also, what are the lessons of several African initiatives, such as South Africa's Operation Pakisa and Zanzibar's Blue Economy Agenda? And to kickstart this panel, I'm going to hand over to one of our moderators for today for the first panel, Professor David Millo. And Professor David Millo is the head of the government affairs at the Thabo Mbeki School, and he holds a D.Admin from the University of Pretoria, and is currently working at the school, has been with us for 5 years now. Professor Millo was a research director at the Northwest University Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences, and was head of interest of the Department of Public Management at Tshwane University of Technology. His research interests are in performance management, monitoring and evaluation, and ethics. Professor Millo is a member of the South African Association of Public Administration Management, SAPAM, which is a regional, a national sub-branch of APAM, and serves on the editorial committee of the Journal of Public Administration, and he is the deputy editor at the moment. And also, Professor Millo has served as member of the Northwest Provincial Government Research Advisory Committee in South Africa, and adjudicator for the National Batupile Excellency Awards for 4 consecutive years. And Professor Millo is a C-rated researcher with the National Research Foundation, and the C3 rated researcher is a very local South African rating, which means he's an established scholar according to the national ratings of South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Millo, who will welcome our panelists for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'll stand on established protocols because I believe that all the dignitaries have been greeted as well. As we look at this very important theme of the day, harnessing the blue economy, I'm sure all of us, as we enter this room, we have a lot of questions. And during this first session, and in the second session, we are going to try by all means to answer all the questions that we have. And as we do that, we're going to be assisted by a number of distinguished scholars. I'm going to welcome on stage two scholars. The first one is Dr. Lucy Shule. Lucy Shule is a senior lecturer and currently Director of Studies at the National Defense College. She holds a doctorate from the University of Newcastle in Australia, a BA and a MA in political science from the University of Salaam in Tanzania. She has been working in defense and security for more than 2 decades. In addition to that, she is a recipient of several awards, one of which is that she's a member of the professional organization, a guest lecturer of various academic and professional institutions, and her research interests are in the area of security. So we'll hear more from her in terms of what is it that we can do in terms of securing the waters that surround us. And I'm also going to be joined by Professor Namu. She is a unison. She is my colleague at the University of South Africa. She holds a PhD in economics from the Wits University in South Africa. She received a prestigious African Economic Research Consortium Award for master's and doctoral studies. So she is indeed a distinguished scholar in her own right. Professor Namu has a strong desire to build capacity on the African continent. So she's not only focusing on South Africa. Over the past 20 years, she has been involved in the teaching at both undergraduate as well as the postgraduate level. Professor Namu, I'm sure you will also agree with me that the lengthy CV, if I go through it, then I'll take the time that you're supposed to be spending in terms of interacting with the audience. Let me take this opportunity to invite you all to come and join me so that we can start with the actual program of the day. Thank you very much. So these are the experts who are going to assist us in unpacking this very important topic in as far as harnessing the blue economy. And I'm going to start by calling on to, yeah, you can sit down. I'll call you to the podium. I'm going to start by calling to the podium the very last one that I've introduced, which was Professor Namu. Prof, I'm going to give you 15 minutes. Your reflections, please. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, the Vice Principal UNISA, allow me to observed. You will understand I've only been given 15 minutes, and I have a lot to share with you this morning. I am an economist, and this morning I would like to engage. Is it okay?
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. This morning, as an economist, I would like to engage on the ocean economy. The ocean is important in terms of value creation. If the ocean economy were a country, according to a recent OECD report, it would be one of the largest economies in the world, actually ranked as the 5th economy in terms of GDP size. In South Africa, the ocean is often referred to as the 10th province. So in addition to the 9 provinces in the country, the ocean, because of its importance, to the South African economy, has been considered to be the tech, please get this right. We can, okay now. All right. And so we consider the gross value added size of the economy to be approximately $2.6 trillion as of 2020. It also sustains over 100 million full-time equivalent jobs worldwide. And so I'm sure you are sitting there and asking, how many of these jobs, how many of these 100 million jobs would be considered to be flowing from Africa? And so the statistics show that most of these 100 million jobs are actually flowing from the Asia-Pacific region. And so it says, as Africans, we have a lot of work in terms of tapping this natural resource that we have in abundance in 38 coastal economies within our continent. And I think I would like to then present a few points on the activities that have taken place, first from a global perspective, then move to the continent, and then highlight a few important aspects, a number of African countries. Perspective, the UN declared the UN Decade of the Ocean from 2021 to 2030. Within the Decade of the Ocean, institutions were invited to submit their decade programs focusing on the economy, on the blue economy. And I'm proud standing here to mention that as UNISA, we made a submission of a decade program focusing on restore our coasts. And so we have been active, realizing that globally the ocean is considered as an important sector. Coming to the African continent, in 2013, the African Union reflected on the successes of the previous 50 years. And at the point, there was a need to share for the next 50 years. and hence the Agenda 2063. I had the privilege of sitting of the sessions where the AU consulted that section. The blue economy was recognized as a flagship project. So I'm talking 2013. I just want to bring you to where we are now. So that was in 2013. In 2018, for the very first time on this continent, in Kenya, we hosted the first international conference focusing on the blue economy. So we realized that as Africans, we are endowed with this natural resource that we need to take advantage of. And so as UNISA, realizing the importance of this sector, we signed an MOU with the African Union. And that MOU enabled us to participate in this blue economy sector. There were a series of events on the continent. The continent, strategic framework that guides on the blue economy. Okay. As a continent, we do have a strategic framework that was developed to guide the continental activities focusing on this blue economy. And as you may know, at continental level, the implementation would then be considered from the regional economic communities, our 8 regional economic communities recognized by the AU. And so there are a number of activities happening at that level to make sure that member states within each regional economic community are active when we consider the blue economy. And interestingly, no one is left out because the definition of the blue economy is very broad. It also includes countries that are landlocked. It's not just about the ocean. We also consider inland water bodies that have been of critical importance to African economies. And so, again, at the continental level, NEPAD, AUDA, the implementing agency, is responsible for taking that continental strategic framework and then developing an implementation plan. And so there is a lot of work going on at continental level. Looking at national level initiatives, we have a number of African countries that now have national blue economy strategies. Seychelles, Mauritius, South Africa, I think an earlier speaker referred to Operation Pakisa. And we have 18 countries using marine spatial planning. 3 have established blue financing tools. I'm sure you are aware that there are a number of there are approximately 268 projects that have been endorsed as UN Decade of the Ocean project. As UNISA, I did say we do have a project that was endorsed. So where are we now from 2023? But most of these 268 projects lack financing. Funding for the blue economy sector, maybe the benefits are not so obvious. Hence, we need such forums where we popularize and educate people about the importance of the blue economy. And perhaps we are sitting with philanthropists in this room who can engage with us after this to say, listen, there are so many projects on the continent that can yield meaningful benefits for our people and eradicate poverty. But where's the finance coming from? We are aware of the global geopolitical tensions currently, and so to think as Africa, we can continue to rely on donor funding, we will be missing the bigger picture. It is important that as African countries, we engage in domestic resource mobilization that will attract meaningful funding, particularly targeted to the blue economy sector. Our youth, our women need to see the benefits that they can get from the ocean. We talk about entrepreneurship. And I think almost every institution of higher learning on the continent has some kind of incubator within the university. But are we seeing the investment opportunities that can flow from the blue economy? As institutions of higher learning, we have a responsibility. I have been teaching environmental economics for a long time, but the curriculum has tended to focus on green issues, the green narrative. When it comes to fisheries, if I recall some years back, we would focus on shared resources within the continent, specifically focusing on Lake Tanganyika, and considering fisheries at that small scale. But now we need to revamp our curriculum and ensure that when we teach about this 10th province, when we teach about this 5th global country in courts, what kind of opportunities are there that can make sure that we meet our development agenda as African member states? And so, in the interest of time, I really have a lot to share, and I'm passionate about what is happening in this economic sector. Let me just highlight some key sectors and opportunities for growth. So, obviously, main sector that has been of attention, that has received a lot of attention over years, is the sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. In 2019, when the AU came up with the Blue Economy strategy, it was driven by AU IBA. And I was thinking and saying, possibly, it was just for obvious reasons that the ocean economy is associated with fisheries and aquaculture. But soon, when the AU restructured, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development now has a department within focusing specifically on blue economy issues, realizing that it's not only about sustainable fisheries and aquaculture, but there are marine renewable energy opportunities, the floating solar panels on the ocean. Do we have those technologies? Where can we get them as a continent? And so this brings the important role of having meaningful partnerships with universities, not only on the continent, but also abroad. Those who have gone ahead, we can take advantage. There are important organizations that have even gone to the extent of creating a digital twin of the economy so that we can model and understand a number of factors associated with the economy. The tourism sector, very much important for us as a continent. Yesterday, we decided to just see what is available here in Dar es Salaam, and with guidance from hotel staff, we were led to Coco Beach. And so when we got to Coco Beach, what I wanted was tilapia, ugali, and sukuma wiki. And when we got there, I looked at it, and I said, there is an opportunity here, but in my mind, I'm thinking of this exotic, transforming it into an amazing exotic beach. That's the picture that I have currently. And then my colleagues said to me, if you come here and transform it, what happens to the communities on the ground? This is a livelihood. They are where they are comfortable. And so are we going to continue with plundering and grabbing resources from local communities? Or are we going to partner with them and ensure that they get the benefit? And with that, important reflection from my colleague. I said it is important that we don't take this important resource to communities. And so we have a role as experts in this room to ensure that when we take advantage of this ocean resource, we don't forget the citizens, the communities that are supported by these ocean economies, and their livelihoods depends on it. There is also an issue of shipping and maritime transport. I think my colleagues will engage on that later. Marine biotechnology. Still nascent, but R&D activities are ongoing. We need financing for these R&D activities so that we can develop the pharmaceutical sector. Mauritius and Egypt have taken a lead in that space of marine biotechnology, and so as a continent we can learn from them. The education sector, I don't want to underestimate the importance of the role of education in making sure the African continent is aware of the benefits. And so we don't only think higher education. This must start at primary level. In South Africa, we had gained traction in ensuring that marine sciences becomes one of the studies or one of the subjects introduced even at primary school level. Very much important. So we need to ensure that we have vibrant regional blue economy training centers, have curriculum, development, ocean literacy campaigns, coastal youth education, showing them some of these opportunities in the blue economy sector. And then lastly, I will then talk also about, I've been mentioning it time and again, the finance and innovation. Like I said, as a continent, we are proud that we have, Seychelles was the first country globally to have the blue bond. Others followed, but we went ahead, realizing the importance of financing the blue economy sector. And so to realize the ocean economy's full potential sustainably, an estimated $1.5 trillion in sovereign funding and $1 trillion in private investment will be required by 2030. Did you hear the amounts? 1.5, that's an estimate. Trillion, that's the funding we expect from our governments to inject into this economy, so that also as academic institution we can benefit from that. We need money for R&D activities. 1 trillion in private sector. The importance of public-private partnerships. Very much important. I believe we have members here from the private sector. Please hear us. There are opportunities. I know there are a lot of questions about bankable projects, about de-risking some of these investments. The profits are not so obvious. Think about aquaculture projects inland. When I learned for the first time that tilapia fish that I was looking for at Cocoa Beach, it takes 9 months, approximately. Did you know that? 9 months for a nice big tilapia fish to grow. And so the returns are not so obvious. But we need to start somewhere. We need to promote our local communities. We need to promote cooperatives in the communities so that they realize the importance of the blue economy sector. Let me not even mention the bigger opportunities of mariculture. So we have aquaculture inland, where we have these small fish ponds, but there are bigger opportunities of engaging in this at a large scale, even within the sea. And what prevents our youth from taking that opportunity is the lack of funding. I'm speaking as an economist, and I think I've used the word funding more than 10 times in the 15 minutes. So it is a good time for me to stop, and I think the key message has been delivered. I have a lot to say. As I said, it is a long day, and I believe the engagement does not end here. The purpose of this roundtable is to make sure that we forge meaningful partnerships that will take this conversation further. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Namu. You know, when a person is very passionate about a subject, the temptation is there to always keep on going. Because this is something that you do, this is something that you live. And within her own reflections, she mentioned jobs, something that we desperately need in Africa. She mentioned the decade of the ocean, so dedicating a decade to the ocean. And most importantly, no one is left behind. Whether you have an ocean close by, you are landlocked, you must come on board. And again, as she left the stage, she was actually saying funding, and she has repeated it so many times. We're also going to give you an opportunity to also reflect as the audience, to ask questions where it is necessary. But before we do that, I'm going to now call onto the podium Dr. Lucy Shule, our security expert, to come out and also give us some reflections as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Your Excellency, President Mbeki, Mzee Boutiku, distinguished members of the audience, good morning. In African way, we have to greet, besides the protocols. And those who are new to Dar es Salaam or to Tanzania, karibuni sana Tanzania, karibuni Dar es Salaam. My responsibility this morning, before I get into, I should like to take this opportunity to thank UNISA and the Thabo Mbeki Foundation for inviting me to come this morning to share some discussion with you about the security dimensions of the blue economy. And I would wish also to make a bit of corrections on my title. I'm no longer the Director of Studies, but I'm still at the National Defense College, Tanzania, handling the training, particularly the curriculum affairs. Thank you so much. As a way of introduction, I would wish to present two pictures on Africa. The first one is about the existing reality, the size, the position, and what we are as Africa. And the other side is about the reality that we are or will be facing in the future. Africa is the second largest continent, and it has approximately 30 million square kilometers. And this is equivalent to the 2/3 of the size of Asia and 3 times the size of Europe. And also, this is a home to the second largest and longest rivers, the Congo and the Nile. And there are 63 million international river basins, covering approximately 64% of the continent's land area. So the African Great Lakes constitutes 27% of the surface fresh water. And this is the largest proportion in the world. And again, 39 out of 54 African countries are coastal and inland states whose territorial waters and exclusive economic zones under their jurisdiction are extensive, measuring 13 million square kilometers, and their continental shelves extend over a total area of some 6.5 square kilometers. This is one side of Africa. On the other side, regardless on how we interpret poverty, but 46% of the population live in extreme poverty. And by 2050, it is projected that Africa will account much of the sharper increase in world's population. It is expected that a quarter of the world's population by 2050 will be living in Africa. So based on what we have in terms of resources, blue economy potentials, and how are we now, how are we going to look like by 2050? These are kind of reflections that we might wish to have in mind while discussing about the security dimensions of the blue economy. In my view, blue economy and security are intertwined. This is despite the fact that some of the scholars believe that blue economy and security are two sides of the same coin. But for me, I think when we talk about a secure maritime environment, it's crucial for sustainable environment, and also the sustainable development of blue economy is likewise important for the security. And I would wish also to advance the argument that in as much as we talk or we discuss about or we pay significant attention to blue economy, but the security dimension, the security in its broadest sense, is equally important, which will help us to maximize the potentials that we can get from the development of the blue economy. And in this case, to ensure that the blue economy leads to people's development and not development that does not really impact into the people's lives. Now, I would wish to give a general understanding of blue economy. It's a contested concept, but there are elements that I would wish to highlight so that we can have a security perspective understanding of the blue economy. Most of the concepts have been inclining into economic activities that relate to oceans, seas, coasts, including renewable marine energy, transport and engineering, fishing, coastal tourism, and business and issues related to ecosystem. But also, in my view, blue economy should include marine research and development and education. This is another element that is important because if you talk about the development of blue economy, it's not possible to get it right without conducting research. My co-panelist has mentioned it a little bit earlier. But now, African perspective of the blue economy has extended beyond the seas and oceans and coasts, and also it includes lakes, rivers, and underground waters, the statistics which we had some few minutes before. So this broader conceptualization of the blue economy provides more room for African states to maximize the use of their water bodies, in addition to their maritime domain, which most of the blue economy discourses focus on. And in this way, it means that will benefit the citizens. So it's not just the oceans and seas, but also the lakes, rivers, and the water basins that are found. For security, I would wish also to highlight the fact that most of the security discourse throughout has been focusing on the power and state militaristic approach. And for example, we can look as to how states are managing the piracy in the seas and ocean. That is more largely, although there are other approaches which are done behind the scenes, but on the surface, it appears like the operations against piracy are more of a militaristic approach. But in this context, I would wish to use the non-traditional conceptualization, which focuses on human aspect. In this case, it focuses on economy, economic security, food security, when we talk about fisheries and fishing communities, health security, toxic dumping in the oceans and seas, environmental security. How do we conserve the environment with the extraction in the economy and with extraction on the maritime domain? And in this context, also the political security. So in this context, human security is key because it enables the condition for human development. And this, at the same time, it gives a broader picture of security. Now, if one would wish to locate blue economy within Africa and the UN frameworks, possibly it's important to see where do we come as Africans, as Southern Africans, as far as blue economy and security is concerned. Initially, for Africa, the sea was not important. As mentioned earlier during the opening remarks, it was used by those traders who came from Arabia, India, Persia, and other regions, who traveled to the coasts of Eastern Africa and other parts using those. And this time they used the monsoon winds, which just was mainly for travel purposes. But after independence for most of the African countries, still the blue economy, the maritime domain was not a focus. Most of the post-independence African countries were focusing on, for example, interstate conflicts, for example, borderland conflicts, and overlooked, in my view, the fact that how the development on the hinterland can be connected with the development in the oceans so that it can bring to people's development. Possibly the realities of the time by then could not allow to look into how the blue economy can benefit the countries. But now with the reality of the population pressures which the nations will have to cope with, it means maximizing the use of the blue economy becomes important and a necessity for the countries to be able to bring development to their people. And also, I would wish to talk about how did Africa look at the blue economy during the 80s and 90s. During the 80s and 90s, most of the countries were grappling with the structural adjustment programs, which also never paid attention to the oceans and seas. Likewise, this also means Africa maintained its perception of looking at the sea from a distance and not something that they can capitalize on. On the other hand, the other countries, the developed countries, were seeing now the significance of the sea for transportation. And this is partly because the marine cargoes were traveled to and from Africa for various purposes. So we all agree that currently there is a growing awareness that neglecting the blue economy can lead to a loss of opportunities and even serious security threats. But how is that realization put into action? That is a question that probably we might need to discuss. Now, Agenda 2063 declares the blue economy to be Africa's future, and it recognizes the role that ocean plays as a catalyst for socioeconomic development. And also in that way, the Africa's integrated maritime strategy was also promulgated in line with that. At the UN level, the blue economy is interlinked with a number of sustainable development goals. Beyond, for example, Sustainable Development Goal 14, which focuses on conservation and sustainable use of oceans. Then also Goal 1, which focuses on how blue economy can provide opportunities to alleviate poverty. And this is Goal 1 of the Sustainable Development Goal. Likewise, Goal number 2 on improving food security and eliminating hunger is also related to how potentials for blue economy can maximized. In the same way, Goal number 6, which is about accessing clean water. At this juncture, I would wish also to highlight the key players and issues which are associated with the security side or security dimension of the blue economy. The first one is piracy. Most of the time when we hear about blue economy and security threats which are associated with that, the reference has been given to piracy, and which has been a problem for over the years. There are debates that surround piracy, in the sense that it was a problem for the Eastern African coast, maybe for the past 10 years, but now currently is a problem in the Gulf of Guinea. But the question is, the symptoms of piracy were manifested in the sea because the pirates operate from the inland. To what extent the inland problems have been addressed to the extent that piracy can be declared that it's no longer a security threat for the nations. So what I would wish to argue here is that until we address the key causes of piracy from the hinterland, it will not be possible to declare that we are done with piracy as one of the security issues that surround blue economy. And related to that is the economic costs that are attached to managing piracy. As we are all aware that there are private maritime companies. Thank you, my time is up, I'm being chased away. But just add 3 minutes with the permission of the chair. That the costs which are associated with managing piracy does not mean that they are being incurred with those companies only. At the end of the day, they'll be incurred by the consumers, who are the normal people. So if we're looking at these security threats, but also we have to look as to what extent this impact the citizens and the normal citizens. The other issue is the presence of non-state actors, such as Al-Shabaab and terrorist organizations. The point that I would wish to make here is that the challenges that the countries face, they are also manifested in the oceans and in the sea. For example, incidences of terrorist attacks, including the impacts also the coastal tourism, in the sense that the countries will not be able to benefit from tourist potentials. There's pollution, toxic dumping, and overfishing, which have impact on the environment. And also, the last one which I would wish to highlight here is the question of maritime wealth blindness, in the sense that as African countries, we're aware that blue economy is important for us. But what really constitutes or is constituted in the blue economy, what wealth we have, for example, in the ocean, resources. That is what is referred to as maritime resource blindness, which is, I would say, a challenge to most of the countries because we develop frameworks to make sure that we benefit from the resources that we have. But to what extent, for example, we negotiate with those who come as legitimate actors to seek to take advantage of what we have in terms of wealth and attempt to negotiate deals that are not really beneficial to the African countries. There are recommendations which I've mentioned, but I will not talk to them. Maybe I'll bring them up during the discussion. But I wish to conclude my discussion by saying blue economy is one of Africa's most promising sectors in terms of development. But it's important to address some of the associated security aspects. So in so doing, Africa will have the capacity to capitalize on the opportunity to harness the potentials of blue economy, and this way to foster development of its people and increase participation in the global economy. I would wish to end my talk by quoting Mwalimu Nyerere. This is quote from Money and Politics in Africa Today and Tomorrow. And he talked about this on 16th May 1999, during an interview. He said, I quote, "Now than ever before, I strongly believe that Africa's political independence will never be complete until African people take in their hands the control of the economies instead of leaving them in the hands of foreign forces. This is the challenge of the new generation of leaders in Africa." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shule. She has reflected on very important issues, and one of which is that we have 46% of people living in poverty. At the same time, we have wealth, but we are blind. We can't see this wealth. And I'm sure during discussions, we have to find a way of unlocking this wealth so that those who live in poverty can now get the much needed jobs in Africa. Now, I'm going to open this session for comments and questions. My request is that be as brief as you can. And I'm going to take the first round, and I'll also be communicating with the program director because we borrowed time from the program director, and she was telling me that we are almost going overboard in terms of time. So I'm going to open the floor for questions and comments. Again, very brief. I see the very first hand right at the back. That is hand number 1. The mic, in the meantime, while I'm still searching for other hands, the mic can go right at the back so that we get that comment or question. So far, we have only one hand. Okay, there's another one here, right in front. Yes, from a lady in front. You'll be number 3, and then we'll have number 4 over there. Can I have the last one, number 5? Okay, number 5 will be over there, okay? Okay, you need this one, okay. Right at the back there, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Dunlop Otieno Chiang. I come from the Open University of Tanzania. So I thank presenters about the blue economy, but for me, I think blue economy is just a new terminology or a trend, because issues around water, economy around water, have been there from time immemorial. We know, for example, that the architecture, Swahili Arabic architecture, have been built with mangrove and coral reef from the lake. So they know the importance of the lake and whatever comes from it. And we know about Nilo-Saharan who have been just living across lakes, around lakes, because they know that there is economy there. And also we know about Nile, the importance of Nile to Sudan and Egypt coming with the treaties. So for me, I think blue economy is just a terminology. It has been there all the time. We have known in Africa the importance of the lakes and the importance of the seas. And the speakers have said two things which I think are very, very important. Whatever we think, whatever we want to promote the blue economy, let us think about the common mwananchi, the citizen. How do we address their security? Whatever there is something to do with an economy that generates taxes and income to the government, there is a problem. We have seen this in Tanzania when we welcomed investors in the lake region to come and invest in fisheries. What happened is that they would take the flesh and leaving wananchi eating bones. It means that when we were doing that, promoting business, fish business, we did not consider that what will our people eat. And again, we came with other policies like size of nets. Size of nets, so if they catch you with the nets which is not the size they want, they burn it. So we protect the environment, but if you ban somebody's net, what their children will eat, how they will go to the school, do we think of that? So to be brief, whatever we want to promote something, let us first consider the citizens. I think that's very, very important. Their security, their livelihood, and in that way, we will be sustainable in whatever we are doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Emmanuel Mhache from the Open University of Tanzania. When I was born, I was baptized and the name given is Emmanuel. And when I asked my parents why they have called me Emmanuel, they say that the name of the Emmanuel is God with us. So my question is, the last presenter talked and said that blue economy is a contested concept. And I was asking myself why they are calling this blue economy and not water economy. So that's my simple question to the presenter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being very brief. We'll come to the front table. The lady here, yes.
Hi all, my name is Farhia Elmi. I am a marine scientist and I am a founder of a startup called Sea Blue Innovators. And my question today is, what mechanisms are being developed at AU level to ensure grassroots innovators and startups to access catalytic financing, especially in marginalized coastal communities? That is my question.
Thank you very much for being very brief. I like it. The third hand was over there. The lady over there.
Thank you for this opportunity. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Catherine Kemi from United Nations. I'm National Ambassador for Advocates Group. My question going direct to Professor. Considering the growing importance of ocean economy, what are policies or partnerships do you believe are most effective on creating sustainable blue economy, pathways that prioritize youth innovation, entrepreneurship, and job creation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last hand in the table in front.
Thank you so much. My name is Penina Elias. I come from the University of Dar es Salaam. Also, I'm the president of Tanzania Youth Biodiversity Network. I'm here to ask the question. My questions go direct. That's what joint strategies can SADC and EAC develop to prevent illegal, unprotected, and unregulated fishing, and how can we use satellites and different technology to do monitoring in those efforts? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am now going to call upon our panelists to come to respond to these questions. Please don't exceed 5 minutes. I know you can summarize a thing into 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for... Thank you very much for the interesting questions that you have raised. I'll go straight to the question. I don't know if I got the name correctly, Dr. Anchiang. You have raised important issues about the blue economy being in existence since time immemorial. You talk about the issue of mangroves, you talk about coral reefs, you also bring a very painful issue concerning the Nile perch. I watched a documentary years back, I think almost 20 years ago, when I was studying environmental economics, and we saw how the nice fillets from the Nile perch were being exported, and local communities literally eating the fish bone and the head. For some of us, the fish head, we want to throw it away because there's nothing there on it. But that was what was remaining for the local communities. And so it will be sad to say if this happened 20 years ago and there has not been any transformation to change that narrative, then we are not making progress. And hence, even though it's an issue that existed a number of years back, it requires much attention now. We need solutions. We need solutions at the local level through government policies. We need solutions at the local level. What are the local governments doing about this issue of the blue economy? We need engagement also with the local communities, the citizens themselves. In the blue economy, the broader blue economy framework, we talk about the core design principles. And this core design says nothing for us without us. And so the engagement level needs to be brought down to provide the solutions that are required in that context. What may work in the Durban coastline will not work at Cocoa Beach. And so I need to go there, understand the context, understand the livelihoods, understand the Tanzanian shilling and what it can do for its people. So I think in short, we need to protect the local communities from the investors, no matter how attractive the investment looks in terms of just looking at the monetary value, what is coming in, but we may be destroying the livelihoods of local communities, which are very important. So the investment must come, but ensure that local communities also benefit. So the regulatory frameworks and investment protocols must speak to that. I think another question that came my way from Emmanuel, God is with us. The water economy. I've been thinking the water economy. I guess that might not work so much in the context that, as we have highlighted, the blue economy kind of then encompasses all these other sectors that come in energy. Not to say blue captures energy. So it is an interesting research questions for the researchers in the room. Water versus blue economy. Let's think about it and engage with Emmanuel later. Okay. Innovation, Sea Blue innovators. Funding, like I said, is a critical issue. And so as a continent, for instance, from having the opportunity to sit in the validation workshop for the Africa Blue Economy Strategy. Now, this strategy was presented by looking at 5 main sectors. And for each of the sectors, there was a group that set to talk about funding, addressing whether it's tourism, whether it's energy, or any opportunity that can flow. And as I indicated earlier, from a continental perspective, NEPAD, the implementing agency for the AU programs, are busy. They came up with an implementation plan. But I must say, sadly, I'll use the word sadly because I am for domestic resource mobilization. So at continental level, you will discover that a lot of funding now still flows from the EU. So there is EU-AU partnership. So if you are talking big funding for big projects, then you must bid, submit your proposals, and hopefully get, it's highly competitive, so it depends on the nature of projects. So for your solution, I believe at national level, as we develop our national, for South Africa we have the NDP, it must address this funding issue. When we talk of projects such as the one that you mentioned, focusing on youth empowerment, then we must be very specific and ensure that we address funding mechanisms for this. But every now and then, I advise you to search. Globally, there are a lot of organizations interested looking at blue economy issues, and every now and then there are calls for proposals, have proposals ready to send and apply for funding that is available. Local communities, local municipalities also have a role to make sure that these direct entrepreneurship projects that are focusing on the youth are actually financed. Partnerships are also very important with the private sector to ensure that there is some meaningful funding that can come your way. I think I have answered the questions. I think Dr. Lucy will address the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Namu. Dr. Shule, your turn. 5 minutes as well.
Thank you so much, Professor. I will try to respond quickly to those interesting questions and interventions from the members of the audience. About the conception, blue economy is not new. It is discussed as a new phenomena that has started to be recently been used. That does not mean that the practices of benefiting from the potentials emanating from the blue economy were not used. I think it's just a question of the terminology itself. I fully agree that the communities were benefiting from mangrove, coral reefs, and the others. But I wish to say currently the scale of the understanding of the fact that the blue economy is beneficial to the African societies, to the economy, has increased as compared to before. And I was trying to imagine if we were to exploit blue economy during the 60s, to what extent, for example, for the African countries, that could have been beneficial as compared to now. I would say probably currently we are more aware as compared to before. But what remains is to how that significance can be made to its maximum capacity for the country's development. And why not water economy? From my understanding, I think this concept was coined because it encompasses a number of factors. Not just the water, but also, for example, the resources that are attached beneath the water, the oceans and the seas. That's why probably blue economy was coined vis-a-vis the green economy that we talk about on the hinterland. And there was also the last question from, I think, Madam Penina Elias. What are the East African Community and SADC initiatives to regulate fishing? From my understanding, there are national and regional initiatives to regulate fishing. For example, there is Zanzibar Fisheries Agency, if I got this correctly, which monitors and regulates the fishing that takes place in the high seas. In that sense, it means also for those unregulated fishers also being monitored and taken to task. At the regional level, I believe they've been developed, but I don't have any evidence. But the question is to how are they coordinated and integrated to address the problem? Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. I am tempted to say let's go on with another round of questions, but time is not on our side. 3 more questions. Okay? All right. 3 more questions. We'll start with you, ma'am. And then the gentleman right at the back. You know, I know that this table is dominated by the Open University. But if I don't see anybody, let me come back to you. 1, 2, and 3. In that order. Again, let's be very brief. I've been given 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ms. Pauline Walter. I'm a nutritionist, but also a founder of a startup company, nutritious food processing company. My question is, we know nutrition and blue economy plays a significant role together. So I would like to know, is there any policies or strategies, if there is any, in combating malnutrition through sustainable use of blue economy resources such as ocean and aquatic resources in combating malnutrition, especially in Africa? If there is any. Thank you.
Man in a white shirt.
Okay, thank you so much for this chance. I have 2 questions. My names are Ongoso Elijah Muita from National College of Tourism. Whenever we are trying to implement such concepts or projects, we always suffer from lack of sufficient funds. And many times we run to the European Union, Action Aid, and other donor-funded projects. When will we as a continent, the second largest in the globe, end our much dependence from Europe and the US? Why can't we have our own sources, and when are we going to have this? The second question is, whenever we also try to implement such projects, the host community always suffers more than the benefit they get. So as we move forward with the blue economy, what is it there to promise that the host community is not going to view the concept as just a concept of the elites and the rich? how are they going to benefit, and how are we involving them at the beginning? Thanks.
Right at the back there, the table in the middle there, yes. The gentleman right at the back, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Kusanja Emmanuel Kusanja from Swahili, Africa. And I have a question, and it is like a suggestion, or you will see it. I know to some of us, we see people coming to our ways. For example, those who are coming as investors, they come, but the contracts are there by the government. Sometimes we see the investors doing their things in our ways, for example, in our oceans or lakes, but the citizens, these fellow citizens, the local ones, are not in contract. So they see people coming to the oceans, doing their business, and taking those things. The government is there aware. So I think this agenda is mostly dealing with the government, and then the government should talk to their people to give them the education on the way that to deal with this blue economy. I think the government should know. And as my brother said, they take these fresh, and they remain the bonds to the citizens. The citizens never know, but the government knows. So I think this is dealing with the government mostly, and then it will be dropping to the citizens. Thank you very much.
One critical question that was asked is, when is Africa becoming self-sufficient? And that is a question that all of us must answer, in addition to the responses that we're going to get from the panelists. Panelists, again, in the interest of time, I'm sure you can do better in terms of my 5 minutes.
Thank you once again for an excellent round of questions. I'll start with the one focusing on nutrition and the blue economy. I think when we started this session, Prof. Paswana, you highlighted one of the focus points where you address poverty alleviation from the blue economy sector. So yes, the blue economy is actually very important for answering the issue of food security, and that is, it comes with the issue of malnutrition that you raise. And I think for me, the point that you raise brings us to the importance of science policy labs. So there is a lot of research that has been done focusing on the nutritional benefits from fish. I'm now talking about the various type of species that exist and what they contribute to human life. But unfortunately, most of that research is probably sitting in libraries. It's sitting in institutions of higher learning, and it's not brought to the attention of policymakers. And one easy way of doing that is doing policy briefs that we can share with our policymakers so that they can take advantage of this research. But as you are saying, it is an important source contributing to the health of the society and addressing the challenge of malnutrition. So let's not work in silos. The health sector is part of the blue economy, the education sector, equally important, the finance sector. Let's not work in silos and make sure that the research is then brought forward, again contributing to the importance of this sector in addressing poverty, food insecurity, and malnutrition. The issue of funding comes again, I think funding now being said, number 25. We look to the fiscus, and our takes income tax, should the government say we are increasing taxes, we cry. Even if they say 1%, it's going to be ring-fenced. 1% of our GDP is going to be ring-fenced. Maybe we'll call it the Rotana agenda, agreement here at Rotana, and try to push it forward. We are all going to cry. So we are stretched in the context of the tax base. So looking to the fiscus might be a challenge, but we rely on you. There is strong political will, hence we have our elders here with us. And we still hope that as a continent, the government also will inject. At the moment, we are looking at just seed funding to allow us to do work of such a nature. Seed funding, resource mobilization for making sure that this agenda of the blue economy is pushed forward. Then funding for projects. And then, of course, the private sector. But when the private sector comes in, let's make sure that we don't leave out the local communities. Over to you.
Thank you. Doctor.
Thank you so much for another round of questions and interventions. I would wish to highlight a little bit about nutrition. This also has to do with, I think, food sovereignty. The other dimension, the security dimension, part of it, in its broadest sense, in the sense that, for example, if one talks about dumping of toxic waste in the oceans, then this means also it impacts on countries' food sovereignty because it kills the flora and fauna which is found in the seas and oceans. The question about availability of funds for research, in my view, I think it has to do with commitment and the trust on research. What do we really want in terms of outcome of the research as African countries? And in this, I mean that there needs to be more of the willingness to trust research before we invest, before we do other developments, so that we can be able to make sure that the intended outcomes are met in the same way as the goal which has been set. I think this is somehow, to some degree, is missing in most of our African countries. And I would wish to link the second question about host communities suffering most from blue economy investments, and also investments in the local areas where people are not aware while the government is aware. I think this has to do with the education to the communities to the extent that they understand the investment that is being done, this is one side of it, is to their benefits. Because there is human beings, sometimes we are resistant to change, in the sense that if we don't know, we don't see the benefits, then we will perceive ourselves that some of the investment projects do not really result into the development as intended. The other side of it has to do with the negotiations that have taken place before the investment is done. That is also important because it needs to take into consideration the people's future in that area where investment is done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please join me with another round of applause. Thank you so much to the panelists for sharing your views and experiences with us. The session is ending, but the discussion must continue. We must find answers to most of these questions, and even those questions that you still have in your minds. The panelists are still here. You can interact with them during lunch so that we take the discussion further. Now, as we leave the stage, I'm going to invite the program director to the stage, to the podium, so that she can give us the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another warm round of applause for our panelists. Excellent panelists and discussion. We hope this is going to steer debate going further and also be able to take it to policymakers, and a brief as well that should come out of the Johari Hotel discussion. And thank you very much, Professor Senior. Thank you, Professor Lucy, as panelists for this discussion. We are now breaking for 30 minutes break for lunch, and lunch is on the first floor. It's going to be on the first floor, and our patron will leave the room while we are still seated with people on his table, and then we will all leave the room afterwards as they will be directed to where their lunch also is. But the rest of us, please make sure that you get a coupon. There are 2 people with coupons so that we can be able to enter into the first floor with a coupon. So we will be reconvening here. I'm looking at the time. And it's almost 13:41. Let's reconvene at 2:20. Let's come back to the room at 2:20. Thank you very much. I will allow our dignitaries to leave the room.
Hambango indlela ivulekile, awukho wedwa, phakama, phakama wena, phakama, hamba ngokukhanya, hamba phezulu lapho kukhanya khona amandla lakhona ungesabi lutho phakama phakama wena phakama hamba ngokukhanya umoya uyakubiza lalela izwi lalo indlela ivulekile Tobola izindlela, vula inhliziyo. Amandla akhona, hamba ungaphezi. Tobola, 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 tobola. inhliziyo. Amanzi, amanzi, ayageleza, ayageleza, awashintshi, ayaphila. Apholisa umphefumulo, awashisa wabandisi, awungenisa akusondeza duze. Amanzi, amanzi, ayageleza, ayageleza, awashintshi, ayaphila. Amanzi, amanzi, sihamba nawo, siyaphila. Amanzi, amanzi, ayageleza, ayageleza, awashintshi, ayaphila. Amanzi, amanzi, sihamba nawo, siyaphila. Inhliziyo yami ishaya ngawe, okunye ngiyakunjanela. Wena, wena, inhliziyo ifuna wena. Wena, wena, awuphunyuki. Umoya kuluma, amafu ayangifuna. Izandla zami zifuna ukuzwa wena. Wena, wena, inhliziyo ifuna wena. Wena, wena, awuphunyuki. Wena, Uyangiphakamisa inhliziyo. Amanzi, amanzi, ayageleza, ayageleza, awashintshi, ayaphila. Apholisa umphefumulo, awashisi, awabandisi, awungenisa kude, akusondeza eduze. Amanzi, amanzi, ayageleza, ayageleza, awashintshi, ayaphila. Amanzi, amanzi, awasiphethe, sihamba nawo, siyaphila. Amanzi, 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 ayageleza, ayageleza, awashintshi, ayaphila. Amanzi, awasiphethe, sihamba nawo, siyaphila. Ngizokulinda noma isikhathi sidlula, inhliziyo ayishintshi, iyakhuluma ngawe. Ngizokulinda, ngizokulinda wena, ngizokulinda kuze kufike wena. Inhliziyo yakhala iphakathi kwamafu, kodwa ngazi kahle uzobuya kimi. Zokulinda ya, zokulinda wena. Zokulinda wa, kuze kufike wena. Ngizokulinda noma isikhathi sidlula, inhliziyo ayishintshi, iyakhuluma ngawe. Zokulinda ya, zokulinda wena, zokulinda wena. Zokulinda ya, kuze kufike wena, kuze kufike wena. Ngizokulinda noma isikhathi sidlula, inhliziyo ayishintshi, iyakhuluma ngawe. uzobuya kimi.
Phezulu lapho kukhanya khona amandla khona ungesabi lutho phakama wena phakama hamba ngokukhanya Swilalo indlela vilekile awukho wedwa phakama wena phakama hamba ngokukhanya phakama lapho kukhanya khona
kwibizo lalela izwi lalo indlela ivulekile awukho wedwa
We're just sorting ourselves out. We are going to start with you, panelists online, and then Prof. Namu, because he's with us here, will follow. The real program director of the afternoon session is going to be joining us. For those of you who are in the room and those who are outside, let us settle down as we are going to welcome the dignitaries into the room. So let us all take our seats, and the dignitaries will be joining us shortly. So Professor Paswana is going to be continuing, taking over to manage the afternoon session. See, she's busy out there trying to get everybody into the room so that we can start. All right, Prof, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Mello. Thank you. We are just about to start. Those who are still eating will find us on the way. Having started. Let's stand. Let's all rise. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. I think those who are still walking down here will find us on the way. We are just about to start with our panel, the second panel. And the second panel is going to be spearheaded by Professor Anthony van Niekerk, and is going to explore marine and maritime dimensions of the blue economy. Zanzibar, a case study of the role of women in blue economy as well. And we have Dr. Tuda, Professor Godwell Namu, and Dr. Narim Jidawi. Both Dr. Tuda and Dr. Jidawi are online, and Professor Namu Godwell will be with us here in person from the Institute for Corporate Leadership, UNISA, and currently establishing a Marine and Coastal Institute at UNISA. And we will hand over to Prof. Van Niekerk, who will introduce them here on stage, both the three participants, it's not two, and we will have discussions afterwards, and then we will have His Excellency Dr. Asha Tukijaji, who is on his way here, who will do the concluding remarks articulating a vision, a strategic vision for the way forward. Over to you, Professor Anton. Let's welcome him with a warm round of applause.
You have to take this thing. Good afternoon, colleagues. Nice to be back with you. We're going to focus the second session of today's roundtable on the marine dimensions of the blue economy. You will recall in the morning we asked some hard questions, and then we spoke about security dimensions of the blue economy and economic dimensions of the blue economy. And already from my perspective, when I listened to the conversation, some key questions arose from the conversation, and I see a trend appearing. But we will continue our exploration now to focus on marine and maritime. We've got three speakers. I'm going to ask Professor Godwill Nhamo from UNISA to take the stage here with me. And we might as well start with you, sir. He sent me his CV, which is quite heavy. I'll read the first lines, then you'll get the flavor of our very distinguished professor at UNISA. He did his PhD at Rhodes University. There's no C there. He's a full professor at National Research Foundation, C1 rated. You know, academics in South Africa, if they are rated by the NRF, you know that they mean business. He works at UNISA. He focuses on climate change, coastal resilience and livelihoods, and sustainable development goals. And he's been working in this area for a long time. He's published many books, many journal articles. And allow me to say, Prof, that you're one of our leading lights in terms of giving substance to that catalytic niche area of marine and coastal. And I've smuggled in maritime on the side so that we work together on this topic. Most welcome. Thank you for joining us. We're going to do the same thing, 15 minutes reflection. I don't know if you want a PowerPoint or are you comfortable? You've got nice pictures there of the fishes. Yeah. Before you do that, I just want to introduce the other two speakers who are online, and I hope they can. You want to start with them. So, Prof, can you hold your horses? We're going to start with the online. So what we have online is the Executive Director of VIOMSA, the Western Indian Ocean Maritime Association, Dr. Arthur Tuda. We also have our third speaker, Dr. Nariman Jidawi. And that is her. And we can see you, but we can't hear you. Maybe if you can test your sound, just unmute yourself.
All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Thank you very much.
Hello?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you, and I'm going to introduce you very quickly, and I think it's good if we start with you because we have the link. We are connected. Dr. Jidawi is a Pew Fellow in Marine Conservation since 2006, with extensive experience in conducting research, lecturing, and teaching. Her scientific work on marine biology has always been closely tied to socioeconomic analysis, policy formulation, and stakeholder empowerment, which is something that you've mentioned earlier today as an issue to be resolved. to promote, all of these things to promote marine conservation. She's done extensive multidisciplinary work involving both biological and social sciences in marine and coastal areas of East Africa, and has been a pivot player in several projects. If you have time, Google her name and look at her publications to get a sense of what it is that she's working on. And when I spoke with her, she said, "What must I focus on?" And I said, "What is your passion currently?" And she said, "The role of women in the blue economy. What lessons can we learn? What is the experience from Zanzibar, from East Africa?" And I think, Dr. Jidawi, if you are ready for us, we'd like to start with you, 15 minutes. Yes?
A PowerPoint presentation I'll share with you.
You're welcome.
Can you see it?
We can see very clear.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, the floor is yours.
Then,
ma'am. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. It's a pleasure. I am I'm observing the protocol for all members who are invited. So what I'm going to talk about is the role of women in advancing the blue economy in Zanzibar. So this is the marine environment of Zanzibar. As an island state, Zanzibar greatly depends on the sea, coastal and marine resources. So we have the mangroves, seagrass, coral reefs, coastal forest, the sea, and islands and beaches. I think you are all aware of that. So also within the blue economy, we have 5 pillars: fisheries and aquaculture, renewable energy, sustainable tourism, maritime trade and infrastructure, and blue economy governments. But mostly the women are mostly involved in fisheries and aquaculture and sustainable tourism, and that's what I'm going to talk about. So blue economy approach in Zanzibar builds on many things, but one of the guiding principles is about gender equality, youth and people with special needs. Education, training, and job opportunities will be made available on priority to women, youth, and those with special needs. So in fisheries, most women are involved in shell collection. Maybe you are aware about that. They are also fishmongers and processors. They play an important part in value addition of fish and the fisheries product along the value chain. They participate in octopus fisheries and also in closure. When they close them, when they open, they get more octopus. This is done in Pemba and also in several villages in Unguja. Aquaculture of oysters, they've done pearl oyster, culturing, crab fattening, sea cucumber farming, and seaweed farming. Seaweed farming is among the 3rd economic earner for Zanzibar after tourism and cloves. They also participate as tour guides in the tourism activities. Now I'm going to show you some photographs of what I've said. This is a collecting shells. Can you see? Can you see them? Hello? Hello? Can you see? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. We can see,
Can you see
and
the
hear.
pictures?
We can see and hear.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so these are some of the collection of shells. You'll think that there is a meeting here, but it's just collecting. Some women also go on a boat to the islands to collect shells. See this one lady collecting shells? These are examples of some of the shells they collect, like these ones here and these ones, and it's several, more than 200, but these are just some examples. And also after they collect, they process it on the beach or near their houses, and then they sell them to normally local people. But right now, they are also interested in getting somebody to help them in processing, making a good processing technique so that they can sell their products to tourist hotels. The tourist hotels, they are willing to buy these oyster meat, but because they are not confident with the processing techniques, so they don't buy. So if there's anybody among those who are present here who can come and help them, that will be a good idea. They also do octopus fishing and also, as I said, closures. This is seaweed farming. Eucuma spinosum and Eucoma cottoni. These are the ones which are normally cultivated in Zanzibar using the off-bottom culture technique. The production reached 16,000 tons in 2015, and then it went down because of climate change issues. But now it has gone back again up to 19,000 tons, but their export has only been 8,000 tons. These are some examples of the seaweed. You can see me here hiding behind some of the seaweed. There's some fishermen or women, they use a net to fish in the intertidal area. They also do sea cucumber farming, like this one, Olothurius cabra, and crab fattening, which they are also sold or exported abroad. Among the small pelagic fishery is also one of the important fishery among this community, and the production reached 13,000 tons in 2024, from 5,000 in 2029. And it's a big activity. You can see here drying technique, packing, and most of it is exported to Congo. And women play a big role in this, along the value chain of this fishery. As I said, small pelagic fishery plays an important role, contributing to food security and nutrition for many coastal people. These small-sized fish are affordable to the local community and are high-quality protein, so they can buy. Because previously, the big ones, or usually the big fish are going to the tourist hotels, and also they are very expensive, so community cannot afford them. But what I want to say also, in the year 1998, there were only 2 women who were selling fish. I made a video, I remember that time, and I called it A Peaceful Struggle, Women Involvement in Fisheries. But now with the new government initiatives giving loans to the women with the very few, payment tax, they compete with their male counterparts and participate a lot in fishing activity. This is how they boil the small pelagic and they active, but they don't stay idle. They normally do like this, making nets, touching coconut leaves, painting henna to tourists. Traditionally, this is a local activity, but nowadays, most tourists, when they come here, they like to do this. And so women get a chance to do this henna painting along the beach, and also hair braiding and massaging the tourist. They also make coconut rope. They bury the coconut husk in the ocean. After 6 to 9 months, they get it out and they make rope, which they sell also to tourist hotels. Previously, they were very cheap because only community liked them, but now they're very popular in tourist hotels as well. They also make charcoal, but nowadays, due to the introduction of clean energy system by the President of Tanzania, this has reduced a lot, but they used to do it before. Most people now have been encouraged to use the clean energy using gas. They also make, they use seaweed products to make soaps, Vaseline, oil, and so on. So this is what they have been done by a seaweed group at Paddy. They also do, the shells they collect, they also use them to make jewelry and sell to tourist hotels. These are some examples. And these are also examples. It was started in 2006. And also they do half-pal farming, which has only been done in 2 villages so far, Buleo and Dimani Nyamanzi. So they cultivate, they use these, they use Pintada margaritifera, and they hang it in under the raft, and then later they get the half-pal. These are the first pearls which are harvested in 2008. And these were the first ones which were sold by an auction, which people bought $3,000. This is also the first hatchery which was started in Zanzibar with initiative from when the women got a chance to go to America. When they went there, they said they wanted to boost their bivalve farming. So they were giving this, and it was brought in Zanzibar in 2010. Then this has moved to Susa. They're doing it as well. And also the government has also its own hatchery, which they started, known as Zanzibar Marine Multi-Stakeholder, under the Multi-Stakeholder Project. And it contributes to achieve the second Sustainable Development Goal on food security and improve nutrition through promotion of sustainable agriculture. Also is strengthening food security, job creation, and social and economic development of the country. So shell is one of the most important economic activity, but there are no records on what is collected in terms of types, size, numbers, weight, and earnings. So right now, these are some examples. Right now, there is an initiative under WIOMSA and also under the World Fish Project to try and collect information about gastropods so that they can also develop bylaws, regulations, guidelines for proper management, sustainable exploitation, and conservation of marine resources. The information about common species found in these areas will be known, as well as the income and other beneficiaries of these activities to women of those areas. They are also doing cultural changes because most women don't know how to swim. So training of women how to swim was done. Also research on fisheries and also diving, like this one, woman diver, and also a ranger at Chumbe. They also established no-tech zone in these villages here, Beleo, Fumba, Nyamanzi. And this is some training which is they do when they conserve an area, and then after several months they go and collect whatever is there. But also they do the monitoring, monthly monitoring, to see if it is improving. And these are the results. So they have seen that when they do a closure, there's an increase. And then they made a management plan and also bylaws. This is just an example of 2006, how it was in 2007, and then 2008. So there is an increase, and they continue to do the closure because they realize it is important to increase their product. There's also the Zanzibar gender policy, which aims to eliminate all forms of discrimination among women and men, addressing gender gaps. Empowerment across blue economy sectors, including seaweed farming, fisheries and aquaculture, and maritime transport. Also development and tourism. There are also some new initiatives from various institutions and NGOs. For example, Maisha Bora Foundation, they do value addition and improving seaweed production. Sea Power, they introduce deep water farming technique. Zafiri, Zanzibar Fisheries Research Institute, PNC, and the Institute of Marine Sciences, they conduct research on finding better seaweed strains that can tolerate heat and increase production. There's also ZASKI, Value Addition and Seaweed Day. Ministry of Blue Economy under the IFAD project, they have started multi-stakeholder forum to discuss on best ways to improve seaweed production in Zanzibar. That's all what I wanted to say. Thank you. You can ask questions. So that's all what I wanted to say. Is there any question?
No. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm just obsessed with our latest arrival, which program director, can you just introduce him to us very quickly?
Let's acknowledge the presence of His Excellency, Dr. Ajija Kijaji, the Minister of Livestock and Fisheries. Oh, my apologies. His Excellency Ambassador Said Shaibu Musa, Deputy Permanent Secretary for Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation. Your Excellency, we will introduce you when you are coming to speak. Thank you very much and welcome. Karibu, Tanzania.
Thanks, Prof. Edith. Welcome, sir. We spent the morning talking about what we mean by the blue economy. What is the economic dimensions? How can we benefit? What are the security threats? And we're now moving to the marine dimensions. And we've just had this presentation from our colleague from Zanzibar about the role of women in blue economy activities. And her presentation raises many questions, at least in my mind. There will be time for discussion. So please don't go away if you're still on the line, Dr. Jidawi. Because we have the live stream that
I'm still
works.
here.
Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Don't go away. The
Okay.
question time will come. Okay, we're going to move on to Dr. Arthur Tuda. Now let me first establish whether he can hear us and see us. Dr. Arthur?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Very good, very good. Is it possible to see him? I'm asking the organizers. Yes, he's coming. Okay, I'm sure he will come on the screen in a minute.
Right.
Dr. Tuda,
Yes.
let me just introduce you very quickly before you speak for
Alright.
15 minutes. He's the Executive Secretary of VIOMSA. He brings over 20 years of marine and coastal experience to VIOMSA. It's an association of practitioners and academics who work on the Western Indian Ocean area, looking at ocean solutions that benefits people, nature, and the economy. And he leads current programs, research support, capacity development, knowledge management. Before that, he served in several roles, including the head of ecosystems and landscapes at Kenya Wildlife Service, and also worked at the Kenya's Coastal Conservation Planning. And then he has a very strong CV on research and publications. Dr. Tuda, very welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. We are privileged to have you as a speaker. As we heard from Dr. Jidawi, I'm sure you will compliment her. And we look forward to your presentation for about 15 minutes. And I'm handing the microphone over to you, so to speak.
All right. Thank you. Trying to share my screen. I'm not sure if I'm doing it right. Okay. I don't know. Is it visible?
Yes, it's coming. Press
All
more,
right.
press more buttons.
Is it there now?
No. We're looking at your laptop screen, I think.
Okay. I'm not sure how this works then.
If all else fails, you can just talk to your slides.
All right. Okay. I think I got it now. Okay. Now it's come. Right. Hope it's working now.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
It is.
Well done.
All right. Thanks. And Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, all protocols observed. It's a privilege to be here this afternoon to make this short presentation. I'll be very brief in the interest of time. And my name is Arthur Tuda. I'm from the Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Association. We support marine science in 10 countries in this region that we call the Western Indian Ocean region, from Somalia all the way to South Africa and the islands of Indian Ocean. And we've been doing this for the last 30 years. When we started with a small group of scientists, marine scientists, about 12, I'm going to talk more about that, to now close to 1,200 scientists in this region who've done tremendous work in terms of producing knowledge that would support the blue economy. So my presentation really is going to be more aligned to the role of science in the marine blue economy space, and what we really need to do as Africa and as a region to harness this potential. But just to jog our minds and to start by saying that, we've estimated that the blue economy value annually for Africa is around $3 billion US. Okay, that's an interesting figure, and we keep mentioning this all the time. And I want to appreciate the previous speakers who are putting a lot of emphasis on the importance of the blue economy and how wide it is. There were questions around what is this blue economy really, and why do we call it blue? It's because it's just more than just the water. It's about the fisheries, it's about the tourism, the maritime transport, energy, biodiversity. All these are potential economic areas that Africa and our region can harness to improve on our economic progress as countries and as Africa at large. But the big question remains really, this value that is locked in the ocean, how much do we know about it? The previous speakers were talking about harnessing the blue economy and having stronger negotiation positions for our resources. But the question that I always ask is, who is actually tracking the value of blue economy in Africa and in the region when you talk about $3 billion US annually? Yet we also know that the blue economy is under huge threat because our understanding sometimes is drawn to overexploitation of our resources as opposed to the sustainable use. And the concept of blue economy really brings into play the sustainable use angle. So the blueness is about sustainability, and we aim to find ways of using our resources sustainably for the future. So it's not just about extracting without caution or just minting all the resources in the aim of making money, but the blueness is about the sustainability and regenerative capacity of our oceans. At the moment, we know very well from science that our oceans are overfished in Africa, not by us, but by other people, which is quite a sad affair. Pollution is rampant in nearly all our coastal states from plastic and all forms of wastes. We are developing our coasts very fast, which is a good thing, but then at the expense sometimes of the resources that we also aim to harness. Marine litter problem is growing. Climate change is affecting our coral reefs and mangroves, and the problem of ocean acidification is increasing, and we are seeing a lot of destruction on marine life in this regard. Just as an example, up to last year, Africa is losing $10 billion to $13 billion US annually to illegal, unreported, unregulated fisheries. And this is a big chunk of our GDP as Africa. And it's a problem that has persisted for a long time. So what do we really want to do about this? Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Your slides are not moving. I don't know if you want them to move.
Oops, that's strange.
Yeah.
Because my side, they're moving, so I'm not sure.
If you do a little bit bigger, the presentation mode, that might help too.
It is in the presentation mode?
It's not.
Okay, that's a bit strange.
If it doesn't work, you can continue to talk. It's
all right, sorry about that.
It's okay.
All right, sorry about that. Maybe it will work in the no presentation mode. So is it visible now?
Yes, it's coming.
Okay, maybe I'll just do it that way. So I was talking about the value. I talked about the threats that we are facing as in our blue economy that would potentially ruin our goals and objectives about really harnessing the blue economy. And the bigger issue, therefore, is how much of this are we really tracking? Do we even know what this value means, and how does it flow into our economies to impact on the local livelihoods and communities? So it's a question that can only be answered if we invest a little bit more in knowledge. So one of the speakers talked about the decade of ocean science, and Africa is positioned very well to take advantage of the decade of ocean science for sustainable development. But the reality is that our countries or our nation states invest very little in marine science. So less than 1% of our GDP GDPs or our incomes as countries is invested in research and development. I mean, the countries and developing countries who have made progress in blue economy have invested substantially in knowledge and ocean science. We are not even there yet. And we were talking about harnessing our resources, having better negotiations, having good understanding of what we have as Africa, but we don't invest in knowledge of the ocean. And that's a bit sad. So according to UNESCO, we only invest 0 to 0.5% of our GDPs in research. So it's like we are talking about blue economy with no research, blue economy without knowledge, and blue economy without, investing more in science and development. So that's a question that I want to pose and maybe have it as a discussion. What will you do to be able to change that? And so if you look at globally, Europe, in terms of capacity for science, of all the marine scientists globally, Europe accounts for 38% of those scientists, North America 28%, Asia 20%, Latin America 7%. The whole of Africa with 50 plus countries, we only contribute 2% of marine scientists globally. Yet our ocean space is one of the largest, the biggest, and the biggest coastline probably in the world. But the investment that we put on building capacity for scientists and management is quite low. So in as much as we have all these good policies and actions related to blue economy, you can just see how we fall short in terms of scientific capacity. And if you look at that in terms of number of scientists per million people, again, we are below 1%, below one. Like there's less than one scientist per million Africans. So basically, in other words, we don't have marine scientists if you map it against the population of Africa. So we really have to do quite a bit in terms of investing in building the scientific capacity for blue economy, which is extremely low. And part of the problem is, of course, that we face mainly are related to other than the scientific capacity, is that we have so many sectors with overlapping mandates, yet we are sometimes trying to focus on the blue economy as one big entity, Africa as a country, but we suffer a lot from duplicated efforts by sectors, whether it's fisheries, maritime, all sectors trying to do things separately on their own. Issues of data and transparency. Africa has been mapped as one of the poorest in terms of sharing data and knowledge, so we keep our data and our information to ourselves. There's no way we can manage a connected ocean around us if we don't share data and information. We rarely use science in making decisions, so a lot of decisions are basically made on, but not based on science in many cases. Of course, weak financing was highlighted by previous speakers, but there's opportunity for collaboration that under the blue economy. So one of the areas we need to start looking at critically is how do we improve collaboration between countries in the blue economy sector. So one of the renowned scholars say that without sound data, governments drive blind, and there can be no real progress towards development. So I would like to put emphasis on data, knowledge, and information. Yet within the region, we also have some examples that can be cited as innovations that can, really put us in a better position to lead some of the blue economy examples in the world. So somebody mentioned Operation Pakisa for South Africa is a leading example. The Seychelles Marine Spatial Planning and Blue Economy Initiatives is a leading example. The innovative financing of ocean activities under the Debt for Nature swap by Seychelles, community managed areas in Zanzibar and Madagascar. These are good examples that we as Africa and as southern region of Africa are leading on. And we need to showcase these as good examples that can be promoted across Africa. So what we really need to do is to enhance our regional capacity for monitoring and learning. So rather than each country having their own institution for marine science, how about us promoting and building regional institutions and Africa-wide institutions for marine science? Improve data and knowledge sharing across Africa, look at inclusive governance that brings on board communities, as Dr. Jidawi has just pointed out, up to the grassroots, and ensuring that our communities are part and parcel of building a stronger blue economy. So without us investing in funding, capacity building, and regional collaboration, Africa risks being a consumer and not a driver of ocean knowledge. And that is what we've been for a long time, just consuming knowledge that is produced by other people. But I think it's time now that we drive the knowledge that will help us to get a sustainable and inclusive blue economy. So our vision for Africa's renaissance is a thriving, resilient, and inclusive blue economy. And as I said, we have good examples where we can show leadership in East Africa and the southern region of Africa. I think with the right investments and partnerships, Africa renaissance can be really blue. And I think there's hope to move forward and to really change the narrative. And finally, I would like to invite all of you to our upcoming symposium, the 13th Scientific Symposium, which will take place in Mombasa in September. We're going to discuss ocean science in a big way, and you're all invited. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tuda, for your good timing as well and your excellent messages. Much appreciated. Please stay on the line if you can, because we will now be joined by our third speaker, whom I've introduced a little earlier, Professor Godwill Namu. The floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am blessed to speak in front of our President, Becky, and also the other excellencies. And also, I think I'm blessed to speak last, because I will skip a lot of things because they've already been said. So, yeah, but I prepared something. I usually prefer a PowerPoint. If I'm not showing it, at times I get PowerPoint fatigue, but I'll speak to the PowerPoint. And in our session, we're looking around harnessing the blue economy and tourism for Africa's renaissance, exploring marine and maritime dimensions of the blue economy. I think, President, we can't talk about renaissance if, as Africans, we are failing to demerge government versus political agendas. So our major challenge as Africans, basically, has been this failure in terms of continuity of government agendas. So if we've got a new political party, the government agenda is lost. Now, that will not bring us renaissance, because we need continuity in government agendas. So politics should leave government agendas. Once that happens, then we're going to have a renaissance that we require. So this is actually, for me, the cornerstone of how Africa is going to be developing. So one of the slides I had here was a slide entitled "The Paradox of the Ocean, Marine and Maritime Resources." And part of the visuals that are here, there is a guy in bondage, in chains, denoting the slave trade and how the African people were moved away from the ocean. So the ocean became our enemy. So when we talk about slave trade and Africans, we can't relate with the ocean. Now, this is where the problem is. My mother even say, you can't go to the ocean because you're going to drown. So on technicality, we have got challenges with the ocean already. So as an African people, the default setup is the ocean is our enemy. Starting from the doors of no return in Gory Island to the drowning of human beings in the oceans. But prior to these events, we had a good relationship with the oceans. It was basically a spiritual relationship. People would go to they would migrate to the ocean, they would sit there on the ocean, then they actually get healed by seeing the ocean. And by that time, it was not as polluted as it is right now. So I'm saying there is a paradox when we're talking about the blue economy and Africa's growth and Africa's development. And we need then to remove the hangover of the paradox of that. This is why we're talking about we don't see the resources in the ocean, yet they are actually there. So in typical of my presentations, I want to give my listeners 5 or 6 key pointers to take home. So the first one is that paradox of the green economy. The second one is that, the starting point when we're talking about African maritime engagements, we should talk about conserving and sustainable use of the ocean resources. So to this end, globally, we've got projects 30 by 30. We are saying by 2030, we should have actually protected 30% of our terrestrial and marine resources. So as a country, as an African country, the idea now is to ask yourself, how far are we in terms of project 30 by 30? So we're saying 30% of South Africa's terrestrial and marine resources should actually be protected by 2030. And for the marine, we are talking about maritime parks and other ecosystems that we need to protect. Number two, technology-driven. I was surprised. All the past presenters, they should definitely have touched something about AI and the blue economy. So it will be criminal for us not to touch about technology-driven blue economy. And here I've written, we need to talk about technology-driven research for development to improve livelihoods and access to coastal communities should be a core-delivered focus for academics. So we as academics, we are regularly, time in and time out, accused of doing work that is of no value. So President Mbeki says, what is your work? President Mbeki is here. He says, what is your work as an academic going to do to people that are in Soweto? Maybe I don't know if you remember that. We are saying then the work we do must change lives to people that are in these disadvantaged communities. So when I talk about the blue economy, if our blue economy agenda cannot change lives, cannot change livelihoods, we might as well then pack our bags and go home as academics. We also need to enhance coastal resilience, ocean observation capacity as climate change continues to cause sea surface temperature rises, sea level rises, coastal erosion, inundation, ocean acidification, storm surges, and floods. So already there is this idea that when the waters are coming, there's a monster that is coming to the coastal communities. So what do we need to do? When we talk about the blue ocean economy, we need then to say, how do we build resilience? How do we enhance livelihoods? When I talk about the blue economy and the coastal communities being flooded, and then there is coastal retreat, there is forced migration. Then we also talk about the blue economy, but we should not also forget about abuses when there is forced migration. They were talking about fisheries here. Interesting stuff. When they're talking about the Kariba Brim, you know where Kariba is. If you don't know where it is, Google it. So when I talk about the Kariba Brim, the idea of the fish yet being left and the fish going to the European Union or the European market is not new. And it was so bad that, the kids are taught that, you know what, you should learn to eat the head of the fish because it will make you wise. So these actually are things that are so they are actually part of our lives as a black nation. Now, the other issue that was interesting for me, I'm trying to answer the debate around why do you call it the blue economy and not the water economy? Technically, the blue economy was a spin-off from the green economy. So the argument of the small island states, I'm not answering you, sir. The argument of the small states was, we can't talk about the green economy because of course less green surrounding us. We would rather talk about the blue economy. So then when the UN was, actually it was UNEP then, now it's UN Environment. So when UNEP was debating is around the green economy, then the argument then shifted, mainly driven by small island states, said, no, we can't talk of less of what we have. What we have is the water, and we would rather talk of the blue economy rather than the green economy. So you are right to say, why not the water economy? But on technicality, the green economy, the blue economy is actually a subset of the green economy. Get that right. The blue economy remains a subset of the green economy. Understanding the value chains remains paramount. So for me, if you're talking about the blue economy and you cannot dismantle the value chain, you have not started. Because once you start talking about the value chain, you know then what are the points of intervention. So here, when I'm sitting here, I want us to leave this room knowing what are the points of intervention, where are the quick and the big wins. So for me, I've identified one big project that requires money. And you can come and join me at UNISA so that we can. One of the value chains in the maritime is underwater ship husbandry. Underwater ship husbandry is when the ship ship parks there in this bay. For 3 weeks, maybe it's there, and it gets clogged. So rather than taking it to a dry dock, 1.5 million to service the ship, you then take it to underwater ship husbandry. So the guys, they dive, they clean the ship. Now we're even having technology. There's robots now that we use to do that. So I'm saying there, all the ships that are coming to Africa, when that time comes for you to service the ship with minimal cost, then you have to invite somebody from China, you have to invite somebody from Europe, you have to invite somebody from America. And who are we inviting? They are not our youth. So then we need then to move in the space of underwater ship husbandry and using modern technology to address those issues. So I'm now, this is one challenge I'm now just leaving. There is a lot across the value chain when I talk about maritime, when I talk about the blue economy. I cannot sit down without talking about why don't we have our own ships? Why are we not involved in shipbuilding as a continent? So I don't know how many of us are owning our own ships, which to me remains puzzling. With all the waters that are surrounding us, very few, if at all, African nations are having their own ship. So I'm saying they already, in terms of that value chain, when are we going to start talking about shipbuilding? I am a bit hesitant to promote small and medium scale enterprises. When are we as an African continent starting to talk about big business? We are in this issue, even creating ministry of small and medium scale enterprises. When are we going to create ministries of big enterprises? So this is where the problem is. So as Africans, we have been born in an environment where we almost want to diminish ourselves in the things that we do. And we're saying time for diminishing ourselves is gone if we're going to talk about a serious blue economy. Now, academics, here's your challenge. We are missing in action. I did a quick bibliometric analysis just using marine and maritime. So when you use marine and maritime there, what was emerging there? We are actually less than 5% in public. Actually, it's about 5.54% in publishing. Of the 10,916 articles that were published in 2024, only 616 came from African scholars. Now, when that happens, there is a problem. So I say we can't then want to see development if our academics are not in forefront in terms of building such capacity. Here's now an interesting point. This is my last point in terms of what you need to take home. What I'm going to say after this is a bonus. The last point here is saying we need to know what is in the ocean. They say in industry, and we'll talk about continuous improvement, you can't manage what you can't measure. So how are you going to manage the ocean and you don't know what is in there? So one of the major issues we are facing as a continent is simply we don't know what is in the ocean. And now, if we don't know what is in the ocean, it does not mean that everybody else does not know. Now, this is where you see, with modern technologies, our resources are in the microscope. And if we are not able to protect them, we are done. Because where there's no vision, continents perish. And we don't want to be one of the continents that is going to perish. Now, this takes me to African Renaissance. The Renaissance is not in our heads. The Renaissance is in documentation. Now, who is developing this documentation? Most of our policies are basically colonial policies, replacing Southern Rhodesia, Northern Rhodesia, Nyasaland, and Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi. When we talk about the Town and Country Planning Act of 1920, it's still in there in the system. So when I'm talking about new generation policies and the blue economy, we are simply saying as Africans, residents, citizens, and sons of the soil, we need then to speak about new generation policies. Any issue around Galamsey and Korongoza or Zamazama is still there in our institutional memories and also in our statutes. So we are not going to talk about blue economy and emancipation, and we have a policy that has simply removed the topic from maybe, like I said, Zimbabwe from Northern Rhodesia to Zimbabwe. So this is some of the issues that that are challenging us. Most of our policies are old generation policies. Now, an old generation policy does not address what we need now. So as academics, as government, as policymakers, time has come for us to revamp our policies so that they can speak to us. There was somebody who spoke about nets there. So somebody who goes to maybe the ocean with a net and whatever he catches then says, oh, this is illegal. It's being illegal because it's sitting in the policy. When you're looking, for example, in terms of the National Parks Act, across many African countries, those that were British colonies, these are British acts. Those that were French colonies, those are French acts. So then this is why a person with a big gun from Europe, when they come to Africa, what do you call that person? He's a hunter. And the one with the 2 dogs, when they get into a national park, we are going to be arrested for poaching. So this is not how things work if we're going to talk about African Renaissance. So we really need to think seriously about rejuvenating our policies, removing colonial languages, and bringing humanity and human language into some of these policies. A person who goes into a big mine, moving mountains, like in Zimbabwe, mountains of platinum are being moved. Mountains are being moved. What do you call that person? He's a miner. The person who goes underground with a pick and a shovel, that person is a what? What is the? Is an illegal gold miner. So that language is problematic and is not going to bring African Renaissance. It also takes across all the sectors of the economy. If we are not careful, we are going to be in trouble. I always tell to my daughter, I am afraid. Because on the map, there are big mountains there. But people are going to ask, where did this mountain go? Then you discover, say, it was taken. It was taken by who? But this is what is happening. Mountains in Africa are going. I mean, mountains are going. And what are we going to say? All of us here, it was taken by who? Where were you? By the Chinese. You can't say that. But mountains are going. So the blue economy should actually rejuvenate us as a humanity. Now, I'm going to say a bit about what we are doing at UNISA. I'm summarizing now. At UNISA, maybe the other thing that I left is about we need champions. So, you know, when you don't have champions, there's a problem. Humanity needs leaders. And if we also have got a problem with thought leaders on the continent, people don't want to read, people don't want to write. And when that happens, it becomes a problem. When I talk about empowerment, it should be genuine empowerment. It's not good enough to give fishermen fishing gear. And fishing gear to go to the deep sea where maybe Ivan and Johnson or any other big company has got the fishing rights. But also, on this other hand, it's not right. You are given deep sea fishing rights as a black person. Then you actually bring somebody else into your fishing permit. Now, this is now reality. I'm now talking about things that are on the ground. So when I'm talking about these things, we are saying cost of access needs to be brought to the real people. When I'm talking about empowerment, it's not about giving fishermen fishing gear. When you go there in some of the ports, you talk to the fishermen. What they don't have are boats. So what kind of empowerment? You give fishermen fishing gear so that they can fish for somebody else. No, that is not how empowerment works. Empowerment is when the fishermen are given the boats, they are given licenses, they can go to the deep sea, they can compete. That is what we mean renaissance. So there's no renaissance when you give me a fishing gear. There's no renaissance in that. So there are a lot of things that we really need to really look at as we're going there. So at UNISA, I am driving an inter-college group. This is basically basically a university group. We are trying now to say, as UNISA, there is no need for us not to be leaders in driving the blue economy, ocean economy, whatever you want to call it, Operation Pakisa, marine, maritime, everything. Why? UNISA has got 7 campuses that are coastal. No other campus in South Africa, President Mbeki, has got 6 coastal campuses. And we are saying there, I've gone to the visit to say, I need money to build this institute. So already we have been given green light. We are establishing an Institute for Marine and Coastal Innovations. We were very deliberate in choosing the word innovation. What lacks in Africa is innovation. And innovation is simply an idea that can be nurtured to greatness. It's not rocket science. People think innovation is when you develop a drone, when you do this. No. Innovation is an idea that can be nurtured to greatness. And we are saying at UNISA, we can be innovators. We can nurture ideas to greatness. We can co-create, we can co-develop, we can co-deliver with the communities. So we are saying that when the challenge we face, academics versus government, is when you leave government behind and you go alone. And traditionally, we say when you want to go quicker, you go alone. When you want to go far, you go with somebody. So at UNISA, we're trying to go far. And we're trying to go with move with our governments where we want to go. So right now, one of the initiatives we're dealing with now is early warning for all and loss and damage reporting. Early warning for all, we are also taking it to the coastal communities. This is a call by the UN Secretary General from 2022. He was saying, because of the challenges we're having in terms of climate change, coastal communities, these disasters, these hazards, we need early warning for all. So the project that I'm driving now, which is on the table, is leveraging AI for early warning for all and also loss and damage reporting. We are trying to merge those things. And already I've approached the necessary government departments to be part of that initiative, including SADC. Because if you can't do that, we are going to be left behind. And of course, our motto at UNISA is rise, engage, and let no one be left behind in marine and coastal research. So I've got 2 VPs here. I'm going to come to your office again. I need money. I need money to drive this initiative because we cannot wait for people from Europe to give us money that has got conditions of IP. When somebody gives us money from Europe, my 2 VPs, we have lost IP. It's theirs. And we have got no right to claim that IP. Why should we have a right? We should not. Because you can't just want to claim things that are not yours. So the one that gives us money has got the IP. And this is why robots get stolen from South Africa and patented somewhere else. Because those with money has got what? They've got rights. And I'm saying that should stop. At UNISA, we have got 10 catalytic niche areas. You can check them on the internet. But from the marine group or marine catalytic niche area, we are saying marine is the mother of all catalytic niche areas. So if it's the mother of all catalytic niche areas, when we're talking about technology and digitization, it's part of marine. When we're talking about gender, it's part of marine. When I talk about medicine, I'm not talking about the 10 catalytic niche areas. It's part of marine. When I talk about students, it's part of marine. So we have raised the marine catalytic niche area like we should raise the SDG 14. SDG 14 is life underwater. So when I'm dealing now with the marine and you raise SDG 14, there are imaginary lines that are raising every other SDG. So as we are talking here, we can't address marine and fail to address ending hunger, fail to address ending poverty, SDG 1, fail to address health and well-being, SDG 3, fail to address quality education, SDG 4. We can't fail to address gender, SDG 5, 6, water and sanitation. We can't fail to address that. When you raise marine, SDG 14, you need to address SDG 17, dealing with partnerships, SDG 16, peace and security, 15, life on land, 13, climate change, 11, sustainable human settlements, 10, jobs, 10, we are talking about equity, 9, industrialization, 8, jobs or sustainable jobs, 7, energy. I've already done all the 17 SDGs for you. So I'm saying when you raise marine, when you raise SDG 14, all the other SDGs are hanging on this SDG. I think I'll stop here in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful, wonderful.
Hey, President Becky, I see you are smiling. Yeah, I know. So, very lively presentation. Thank you very much. God will thank you so much. We had 3 presentations. They were all thought-provoking. I hope you agree with me. I was listening to the first presentation, Dr. Jidawi. I wonder if she can hear me, colleagues? I just want to make sure.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
She tells us about how women services the tourism industry, the hotels. And she asks whether that 2016 gender policy is helping anybody. And she's raising the question, isn't there more that can be done? Are we meant to be at that level? Dr. Tuda introduces to us a new concept, a blue renaissance. I wonder what you think of that. Africa's blue future. And he asks critically, who tracks the value of the blue economy? How do we know what is in the ocean, under the ocean? And who uses it, and to what purpose? And it ties in with Professor Namu's wide-ranging presentation. I'm glad you didn't stay with your PowerPoint, because you became alive and spoke about many things, which I think is also important for us to hear. Mainly, what I take from you is the research policy interface. How do we improve that? He's a practical man. He says, at UNISA, we are creating this institute. We need support. How do we do that? If we go to Europe, they take the credit, the IP. We know how they fund NGOs, and anyway, funding at universities are also under tremendous pressure. So, in this session, focusing on marine and maritime, following from economy and security, we now have a very broad perspective of what we mean by the blue economy and what the challenges are that lie ahead. I've made a list of those. We are meant to write up a report afterwards. And if you're interested, we will share the outcome with you, because I think to my principals at UNISA and my colleagues here in Tanzania, I think this is a research agenda that we are crystallizing. There's more work that needs to be done. Now is the opportunity for you to also reflect or ask a question to any of the 3 panelists, or maybe make a brief statement, but not like Professor Namu now. That won't work. I want you to be short and sharp to help me, because we are shaping the research agenda of the research community and the practitioners in the room. The floor is yours. Let me take hands from this table, then that table, third one, table here, the CEO, you are thinking, no. There's one hand, ma'am, you are number 1. Then that table. Is that the Open University delegation? They've been quiet now. It's after lunch. Then there's a table number 2, sir, with a blue dark shirt. This table here. And then I'm going to my extreme left. Lucy, you are comfortable? You are good? Okay, we've got 2 or 3 hands. It's fine. We start on this side. Where was the first hand? Oh, the madam. Yes, the middle table. Just tell us who you are.
Thank you.
It works.
Thank you for the opportunity to contribute. My name is Tumaini Shabani Gurumo from Dar es Salaam Maritime Institute. And mine is not a question. I thank the presenters for what a good job they have done. But I have a contribution to make. As our theme today has something big to do with tourism. It's harnessing blue economy and tourism. But we haven't touched really specific the tourism issue. And it's really concerning to me. So I decide to contribute something about it. Yes, and this is about, I remembered something when the last presenter was presenting. I was in a room in a meeting last month in South Africa. It was a gathering of maritime professionals and a port specifically. And when I introduced, we were speaking about capacity building in Africa. And when I spoke about having our own shipping fleet, everybody was like dead. How can we do that? That is about developed nations, but it's not true. We really need to think about having our own fleet as Africa. South Africa have had that before. Ghana have had their own, but they are all dead. Tanzania, we have had a number of ships before, but where are they now? Is it because we do not have enough money to invest in shipping? No, it's not. So there is something we really need to think about in that area. Now, when I talk about ships, now I want to connect with tourism. When we talk about tourism today, we have cruising or cruise shipping. Cruise shipping should be taken to another level to help African countries to reach to where we want to reach, to the Africa we want through blue economy. How? I wish we could have our own fleet. Even we could start with the fleets that are not ours. The cruising ship that are coming from around the globe. People are coming, tourists are coming from around the world to Africa. There is everything in Africa, everything we have ever needed, the world has ever needed. So what we need, people are coming to Africa for recreation, just to see the white beaches, isn't it? But what are we doing about it? We can connect the leisures, the sports, the sunbathing. People are coming to sunbath in Africa. We can connect all that to the cruising fleet or cruising activities and see how we can connect African countries, taking the tourists from one African country to another African country. Can't we do that? But everybody is thinking about his own stomach. So there is something also to be done in that perspective. So we see how we connect tourists from one country to another. The same way in shipping, because it's also part of blue economy. So that is, in short, in that way we can have our own ships maybe, our own seafarers, people working on board those ships. We haven't, almost half of Africa is young people, and they have nowhere to go, nothing to do. They are doing nothing. So we can have our own people, but our own tourists also. We should think about seeing our own Africa, let alone our own countries. We don't know a lot about our own countries. So that is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You make your point very eloquently and very crisp and clear. There was a hand on the left. That'll be a third hand. Is it the gentleman who's standing up or is just stretching? Oh, there you are. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Maximilian Nyanda, and I'm from the Economic and Social Research Foundation. I had a question for the first presentation on women in the blue economy in Zanzibar. So I wanted to first say thank you for the very insightful presentation. She showed us women involvement in different avenues in blue economy in Zanzibar, including fisheries, aquaculture, seaweed farming, and so on. The question that I had was that I've observed in other sectors or other industries where there's an increased involvement of women in the productive activities and so on, that it's always concentrated in the lower tiers of the value chain. So that's where the labor is most intense, and relatively the returns are lower compared to the upper segments. So what I wanted to ask is whether that's the case as well in the blue economy in Zanzibar, where the women are active in the blue economy, but they are actually concentrated in the lower levels of the value chain. And if so, what does the upper segments of the blue economy in Zanzibar look like? So, like, who owns the boats, who controls the exports and the processing and so on? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I see there's the hand from the chair of the foundation, the main table, Vusi. And then you might be the last one, sir, before we give our panel a chance to respond.
Yeah. Well, let me start from what you said. We are shaping the research agenda. I think that's why we are shaping the research agenda. Those are your words.
Correct.
Now, from there are a few things which have just been thrown around in the discussion. I just want to repeat them for the research agenda. I have no answer to them. One, we need champions. What does this mean? Because these days there are people who say, I'm a champion of this, I'm a champion. What exactly does it mean? Two, African Renaissance is not in our heads, but in the documentation. I think that is a complicated statement. Three, there was an issue. How do we improve collaboration? How do we improve? These are serious questions. I mean, they are just thrown by the researchers, but we do not have time to discuss them. How do we improve collaboration, working together in unity to achieve more? Yes. You see? The last one is our major failure is in failing in continuity. Those, I think, a few things which need, because if we fail in continuity, what we do now, we forget and go on to new things and to new things. In my own experience, even in governments, even in some of these institutions, that is a problem. You start something, before you finish, you are jump on to another thing, and before you finish, especially when it comes from foreigners, you forget what you set out to do, and you jump on something else. So I think that these issues which I just wanted to, I don't want to say I have an answer, but for the research and for the researchers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Mbeki. I just wanted to ask the chair of the foundation, can you be our champion?
If you tell me the role, which role, if it is what President Mbeki is doing, I'm prepared to be that champion.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson, I'm following my leader here. And in the earlier panel, Dr. Lucy Shule made an important and correct observation, in my view, correct, that after Africa's independence during the 1960s, the continent paid, as she said, minimum focus on the blue economy. And said, imagine the situation if the continent had acted differently from the 60s onwards and really focused on this blue economy as we've defined it. Think where Africa would be today. And then she said something like, But the situation now is changing, presumably for the better. Now that's where I part ways with her. You know, it's clear, Chairperson, from the discussion this morning and afternoon, that here we are dealing with an area of socio-economic activity which is of great importance for the future of our continent. Therefore, the topic, as has been said, is correct. But my view, Chairperson, and maybe I'm wrong, is that the situation that she was describing as having happened in the 60s, Dr. Shule, hasn't changed much. I don't think there is that consciousness on the continent about the importance of the blue economy. I don't think it's there. To the extent that is required. In the context of what you, the researchers, are doing, I don't think it's in the mind of the general African population that this blue economy, we should focus on it and make sure that it does what we say it can do. I don't think the consciousness, it might be strongest among people who live along waterways, whether it's the oceans or the rivers or the lakes or whatever. But you go into the hinterland, where the majority of the population is, that consciousness about the importance of the blue economy is not there. And it's a bad thing that it isn't there because of the importance of the blue economy. So a question that then arises, in my view, Chairperson, is what do we do about that? We are saying the blue economy is critical for the future of the continent, for Africa's renaissance. But it's not going to play that role in terms of Africa's renaissance if we don't know about it. If the population, the masses of the African population don't give it sufficient weight so that it is acted upon as a kind of instrument of change that we're talking about. So the question that arises, I'm saying I'm following my chairman here. What do we do to correct that? We are saying, I'm sorry I'm repeating myself, Chairperson, the blue economy is central to the achievement of the perspective of a renaissance of Africa. How to make it so before people start building ships, I know that we should be building ships. But we need to understand, first of all, the critical importance of this area, and therefore, as a consequence of which, therefore, we'll understand why we need to build ships and whatever else. But how do we achieve it? I don't know what the answer to that question is. It's related to another practical question, the Chairperson. Some years ago, when we were working on the matter of the illicit financial outflows, one of our panelists here talked about the importance of domestic resource mobilization. A critical part of that domestic resource mobilization is fighting the issue of illicit financial outflows from the continent. Because as you know, the continent is losing huge volumes of resources that should be used for development. Now, so we had to visit a number of African countries just to get a sense of what they were doing about themselves relative to this issue of illicit financial outflows. And one of the countries we visited was a coastal country. And they said to us, we issue licenses for shipping companies to come and ship in our coastal waters and our special economic zones and all that. But we do not know how much fish they are taking out of our waters. We charge them whatever we charge them. on the basis of what they report to us in terms of how much fish they've caught. I have absolutely no idea. Now, so they were quite certain that the fishing companies were underreporting the amount of fish they are fishing. But when we discussed with them, you could understand why. It's not possible for them to know. Because you need your own boats that are out there in the ocean. And when it says, now I've fished enough, I'm going back to port, you say, no, start in my port so that I can see what's in your hold. They don't have that capacity to police their own waters. And it's a problem that's not unique to a particular country. It's a general problem on the continent. What capacity do these 38, 39 countries on the continent that are on our coast and all that, what capacity do they have to check what is happening in their seas? And that's a real problem. Because I'm saying that one of the consequences of it is that we are losing huge volumes of resources because the people who are fishing in our waters, we are unable to manage them. The last point is related to that, Chairperson. Certainly the coastal people, people in Senegal, have fish. Fish is very much part of their staple diet. So there's a lot of small boats that go out fishing. Now, a problem has arisen over the last few years. There's been a lot of overfishing. I think Dr. Namu mentioned it here now. A lot of overfishing there. One of the consequences has been that these small boats, virtually artisanal, they go out fishing. They can't go into the deep sea because they are too small. And there's no fish to catch. Because the bigger fleets have overfished. So that's why you then begin to see many Senegalese going across the desert, the Sahara, the Mediterranean and drowning in the Mediterranean. It's directly as a result of this problem. Now, before I left government, we'd taken a decision, which unfortunately was not implemented, which was that the South African Navy, as you would know, South African Navy has some quite big ships. We've got at least 3, 4 of them, which are also stealth ships. So we decided that what we should do is to take one of those boats to patrol that west coast, opposite Senegal. Because it could then catch these boats that are fishing even deep sea and bring them into port, into Dakar, so that the Senegalese authorities can see how much fish has been taken. Unfortunately, we did not implement that. The South African Navy still has that capacity. 4 frigates, which are deep sea going, which are stealth, so that this shipping boat will only understand that they are here when they see them. You can't detect them with your whatever technical equipment. They're stealth boats. The continent does not have that capacity. So the management of our coastal areas, it becomes theoretical. And I'm saying one consequence of it is that already you have a lot of losses in terms of illicit financial outflows. Now, these are particular challenges. to end. We are saying the blue economy is critical for Africa's renaissance in the way that we've been describing it. Agreed? Agreed. How do we get there to make sure that it actually contributes in the manner that we're discussing? And therefore, how do we solve these practical problems which already exist? So I think in whatever we do, arising out of this very, very rich discussion we've had today, we've got to answer those questions like the ones you was posing and the ones I'm now posing, because they help in terms of practically responding to these things so that it's not a theoretical matter. It's a particular intervention that the continent makes in order to achieve this renaissance that we're talking about. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, President Mbeki, and for all those who have asked us questions. Are you pointing me in a direction? There's a hand. I was about to summarize. What kind of question will you ask?
Yes, my apology for intruding into your timetable because you just said you are about to summarize.
Okay.
I think also the
Just tell us who you are.
Yes, my name is Peter Nyaronga. I'm an economist. I used to work with the World Bank, but now I'm supporting a foundation, Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation. I think in addition to the presenter who made a presentation on the security issue, there's an issue of lack of capacity to monitor, especially when there's an accident in some of these marine and in the lake area. Like in the case of Tanzania, we have a situation where an accident occurs, but there's no proper arrangement to rescue. I mean, the arrangements are there, but the capacity to rescue on time. So I think the laxity or the inability to invest also in maybe in the transport, like in the marine area, also has to do with the fact that investors fears that whenever there's an accident, they probably will not be able to be rescued on time. If they are somewhere in the deep sea and there's no proper mechanism to rescue them. So I just wanted to add that aspect of security in there. Yeah, thank you.
It's a good one, thank you. We've noted, Dr. Schule has noted that one. I think what we need to do now, as we come to the end of this roundtable, is President Mbeki and his colleague has given us a higher level strategic guidance. There are many details, but the question is, if we want to make the blue economy work in the interests of Africa's revival, how do we do that? What are the key priority areas that we have to tackle? There are many proposals on the table. There's a long list. We'll have to prioritize it if we believe that we can make a contribution and continue with our newfound cooperation and strengthen partnerships where they already exist. So the way to round this off is I want to ask all the 5 panelists of today to give us their concluding thoughts. You can respond to a small question or you can give us a big idea. There's no shortage of big ideas, I've discovered. So let me start with those who are online. Hopefully the line is still alive. Dr. Tuda, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
And Dr. Jidawi, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Dr. Jidawi, why don't we start with you? Give us your concluding thought or thoughts. Just, short and sharp.
Thank you. But one person asked a question about why women are not as advanced as men here in Zanzibar? So I was planning to answer that one first.
You can do
For
that.
example, yeah, due to culture and tradition, women in Zanzibar have always been left behind. Where they have reached now has been due to at least to these new initiatives of the blue economy. For example, when seaweed farming started, 100% were women, maybe 1 or 2 were men, but now it is changing. 80% are women and 20% are men. Because initially, when you do seaweed farming, you have to cultivate, wait for it to grow, harvest, dry, and sell. So you need to wait for the money. Men wanted quick money. They wanted, for example, to go fishing, get money, and come back to support their families. So that was the reason why few men were participating in that. Also in the small pelagic fishery, as I said, I made a video in 1998. Only 2 women were selling fish. And one of them we called Indira Gandhi because of her wits and strength. She was not scared to go and in the auction and buy fish and compete with men. But now things are changing. A lot of women are also participating. They carry the fish from the boat to the land, they dry it, they process it, and then they also sell. But also in the fisheries committee, all were men, but now also it's changing. At least in one fisheries committee, there should be 1 woman. So I just wanted to highlight that due to culture and tradition, things have been very difficult, although now they are changing towards the better side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jidawi. Your input is much appreciated. Dr. Tuda, you've heard the conversation and the direction we are taking. Give us your concluding thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. So as we conclude, I think this is an important discussion. But I think one thing stands out very clearly, that Africa is a source of immense opportunity, but we can't keep talking about the opportunity. I think, as the President says, it's now that we choose to invest more, and I would focus more on us investing in understanding and stewarding our blue economy. Of course, we've talked about the gaps, the funding, the data, policy, human capacity, but I think we've also had powerful ideas on how we can transform, and partnerships and translating that into reality would be important. Regional collaboration. The ocean is one ocean. We don't have oceans. We have one ocean, but we have multiple countries. So we must start building regional collaboration, strong ones, and also knowledge on how we can support our coastal communities so that a lot of benefits and action happens at the local level. But finally, let us, as Africa, not remain passive and be consumers of ocean knowledge. Somebody says a lot of investments from outside, and then the knowledge is harnessed by other people. Let's be the producers and users of this knowledge to drive our economy. I think, for me, as a scientist, I think I would like to see a lot of investment in science. We have a very young population in Africa. Let us build future scientists. Let us strengthen our institutions. And let's not wait for the tide to turn. Let us be the tide. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Tuda. A new generation of marine scientists. That's a project we can all associate with. Let me ask Professor Godwill Namu to give us his concluding. You have to jump for the microphone. There's one behind you. For your concluding thoughts.
Thank you. I want to start by saying in 2026 September, we are running a maritime and coastal research conference. So I'm looking for partners. That's my other remark. The last remark, I still believe we need to understand the value chain and backwards and forward linkages so that we really know where to intervene when we're talking about marine and maritime issues, of course, including tourism.
Including tourism, yes, and those ships that she spoke about. I want to put Dr. Shule on the spot to give us, if the microphone can go that side, to give us some concluding thoughts from your human security perspective.
Thank you, Professor Anthony. And I also wish to thank President Mbeki for for the observation that he has raised from my presentation. As a way of concluding, I wish to talk about three issues. The first one is about collaboration, because when you talk about blue economy, in my view, it shouldn't be treated as a SADC, East African Community, ECOWAS, divided, but rather to take a continental approach, because when we talk about the oceans and seas, they expand beyond the colonial set borders in the way we pursue them. So I think collaboration should go beyond the way we set our regional economic cooperations. And secondly, to give weight to the Renaissance, it's important also the masses to understand what is it all about, and if possible, what benefits can they be accrued from the blue economy. And this can only be done by investing in terms of collaboration also with the others in Asia, because also we treat Africa, Asia separately in terms of how we deal with the blue economy, so that we can know exactly what do we have, at least by 90% as resources. And then if we raise the awareness of the masses, then probably that will be realistic than the way we have seen it at it before. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shule, for your valuable contribution. We are left with Professor Sinia Namu on this side. You can steal my microphone. There you go.
This has been a very eye-opening session, and I have learned a lot. My closing remarks will dwell on the opportunities brought by the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is one of the flagship projects that was highlighted when the Agenda 2063 was brought to us. And by the way, those were aspirations from the African people about the Africa that they want. And little did we know that there will be so much mileage gained in terms of ensuring that the AFCFTA actually takes shape. So what am I focusing on? I'm focusing on the trade opportunities within the continent. There are numerous trade opportunities. No one knew that as we speak today, we will be hit by tariffs left, right, and center. We never dreamt, we never saw it coming. And so it then gives us an awakening call to say, as a continent, there is a market. There is a market. There are a few barriers to trade that we need to address. Tariff, both tariff and non-tariff barriers. But again, I heard the issue of sanitary and phytosanitary measures coming up, the women there in Zanzibar not knowing how to process the products and make sure that they meet the requirement that is. So there is a lot of work to do, but we cannot lose hope as a continent, and I'm grateful that the AFCFTA will open opportunities. If I want to buy tilapia fish that I love so much from Tanzania, why must I convert my currency first to US dollar? Why can't I just pay in my South African rand? And why don't we have the common currency as a continent? So these are my last remarks, and also thought-provoking regarding trade opportunities that are plenty on the continent, and also the market size, which is reasonable and readily available. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. Maybe a round of applause for all of our panelists. And I want to ask our organizers to bring some gifts for the panelists that are in the room. Those who are, we speaks first, then we do the gifts. I wanted to say, Program Director, those who are in Zanzibar, we will have to go and visit them to take the gifts there. We'll ship it. Okay. So it's my honor now to invite Ambassador Said Shaibu Musa, the Deputy Permanent Secretary for Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, to make a few remarks before the CEO. Well, he doesn't want to close. We will close with you, Deputy Permanent Secretary. Yeah, let me guide you up. You have to hold this thing, unfortunately. And then let me take this away for you.
Because I will have to take this as well.
Yeah, let me take this away for you. Okay, you good? Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Habari za jioni. Kunjani. His Excellency Dr. Thabo Mbeki, Chancellor of the University of South Africa and former President of the Republic of South Africa. Elder Joseph Boutiku, Choir Chairperson of the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation Board. Representatives from the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinctive honor and privilege to welcome you all to this important roundtable discussion under the theme honoring the blue economy and tourism for Africa Renaissance. On behalf of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, I extend my warm welcome to all participants who have traveled from various parts of the continent to join us here this afternoon for the beautiful shore of Dar es Salaam of the Indian Ocean. Karibuni sana na mjisikie mpo nyumbani. I'm delighted to join you today in this discussion, and I'm also taking this opportunity to thank the University of South Africa and the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, Secretariat for Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, and other partners who have facilitated or participated in this very important discussion. I understand that we have a good number of the relevant stakeholders from the blue economy and the tourism sector. Thank you for coming to this important meeting. Your keen participation, of course, have examined the value of the blue economy for the Southern Africa region. With this discussion, you will have, or you have had an opportunity to explore how Africa's vast ocean resources can arrive to the continent renewal. Additionally, the roundtable have spotlighted regional strategies and case studies held in Southern Africa countries. And therefore, you have shared the vision for the continent's maritime future. Distinguished participants, I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the Thabo Mbeki Foundation for the trusting Tanzania to be the host country for the important roundtable, a country with deep culture and historical ties to the Indian Ocean, which has been an integral part of Tanzania life for centuries, and everything from trade, commerce, to various traditions. Our country's location has made it a crossroad of civilization and a hub for maritime activities throughout history. That's why Dar es Salaam. In Swahili, we call it Bandari Salama, the port of peace. Distinguished participants, for nations like Tanzania, whose economic activities are intrinsically linked to the marine and coastal environment, the health of our ocean is paramount. Our blue economy holds imminent potential for the growth and prosperity, from fisheries to maritime transport, tourism, for renewable energy. Today, we stand at critical juncture of moment that demand both actions and the wavering of vibrant commitment and innovative solutions. We need drive into very or key areas where actions are not only necessary, but imperative for the uncontrolled development of coastal areas. I therefore believe that this roundtable discussion will contribute to furthering the strategic objectives of African knowledge, creation, collaboration, and dissemination. I understand we have research teams from several African universities, and I think tanks that undertake research and analyze relative to the maritime and for the marine and the maritime themes. During this roundtable, therefore, you were able to share and we continue to share the benefits from collaboration with the peers across Africa. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as we engage in this discussion, let's remember the importance of collaboration, and no single nation can confront these challenges alone. Our collective commitment to work together, drawing on our shared knowledge together and experience, will be key to the strategic success. This is a call for unity, innovation, and recognition that we are all stewards of a life-sustaining resources. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I have more to say, but with these few words, let me end my remarks, and I look forward for the rich discussion that will continue after what we have had for the rest of our time for our roundtable discussion. Thank you very much for your attention. Asanteni sana. Saubonane na tatenda. Please allow me to say some few words as my contribution to the discussion regarding the blue economy. According to my little experience attending in the various forums where this blue economy have been on the table, I have experienced or noticed that we mostly keep the list of what one can benefit from the maritime economy or blue economy. We talked about tourism. We listed down about the maritime transportation. We talked about investing in hotels. We are talking about maritime transportation, but we most of the time forget about maritime security. Without maritime security, peace in our waters, there is nothing we can do. Slightly, you mentioned about this, but we don't go deeply discuss about the importance of the maritime security. The maritime security, to me, and some few researchers, we found it as an imperative and a critical aspect to be ensured so that other sectors of the blue economy can flourish. So I would urge the researchers the practitioners on the maritime economy to consider the maritime security as a basic foundation for other sectors to carry on. I thank you very much.
I like the music. Ambassador Musa, thank you very much for that kind message. We accept the call from your government to be innovative. And in fact, I think we're going to insist on partnering with you in going forward. And allow me to say just very quickly, you speak to my heart when you talk about maritime security. There's a group of academics in the region. Every second year they bring out a book called Southern African Security Review. I'm going to send you a copy. Because in there, we come together as a regional community of researchers to talk about the issues that you've raised, which sits on that priority list that we've identified today. So thank you very much, and thank you for attending and bringing us the message. I want to ask Dr. Shule to come and receive something small from us. Professor Senior, Professor Godwell, please. We'll go to Zanzibar tomorrow to deliver gifts there.
Bye. Still on, but I won't bye.
Ambassador Musa, can I ask you to come and receive a small gift of appreciation? And we want to invite the chair of the foundation to grace us with your presence in front, sir. Our new champion. You've just been appointed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the proceedings. Please take some time to network outside, talk to your friends and new colleagues. I'm going to ask for you to allow the main table to leave first, President Mbeki and his colleagues. I'm going to ask the panelists to remain behind for a photo opportunity. And once they have left the room, we can then listen to the music.
So